All right, let's go. Well. It is time to talk about the Cowboys. Hey, boy, it is crazy to me. People always got something to say about the Cowboys. Watch this Dallas Cowboys documentary. It all depends on how you look at this thing, what you get from it. But I'm getting some golden nuggets as it applies to the Cowboys. Let's go. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And if you like this video, please don't forget to like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And we are live. And if you haven't become a channel member or subscriber yet, please do. We have a lot of great things coming up this season. Now let's talk facts. Got a great show planned for us today. Again, man, been watching this doggone Netflix special. And, I guess, again, you can take from it what you want to. Not negative. Some people take negative things from it or whatever the case may be. Hey, it is what it is. I am absolutely enjoying this. So, let me tell you what the show lineup is going to be today. I'm looking over here on X and I'm seeing something that somebody's posted. But let me show you what the lineup is going to be today. We are going to keep it very, very simple. So today we are going to deal with the Micah Parsons fake news. This is dumb to me. I just keep laughing at people who, there are people who are talking about Jerry. And to me, they're worse than Jerry. Because when you buy into this drama that's going on between Micah and Jerry, and then start painting pictures to people like, yeah, man, boy, this is serious, and yeah, boy, it is as serious as it is. It's not serious. Micah is going nowhere. I'll be shocked if he does. Next thing I want to tell you is about Jimmy Johnson. Episode 2 of the Netflix special. I want to discuss it because I have come to a conclusion. And I'm going to have to pull back on some statements I made about Brian Schottenheimer. There will never, I don't think there'll never, ever be another Jimmy Johnson. We might as well forget it. Jimmy Johnson is 101. We're going to look at the Brian Broaddus. Brian Broaddus on 105.3 The Fan. I think he's done a little bit of film breakdown on the Cowboys versus the Ravens. We're going to look at that. And then I want to look at this Cowboys roster and just kind of talk a little bit around about the fact of who will the Cowboys cut. We've already heard Brian Schottenheimer said there are going to be some shocks and surprises. So I guess today, let's look and see where there will be some shocks and surprises. And then I have some other news. And if something comes up, we'll talk about that too. But there are a couple of clips that I just kind of got off of X. There are a couple of clips to where people are showing some things that I haven't gotten to yet inside of the Netflix special. They're showing some things that some things that Jerry Jones said in 2023 that has got me a little bit on edge. Got me a little bit on edge because I'm like, hey man, Jerry, you tripping with this stuff right here. But nevertheless, that is going to be the show. Micah fake news, Jimmy Johnson, Brian Broaddus on the film work, Cowboys cuts, and other news, in particular the comments by Jerry Jones. So let's go, let's get it. Time for a roll call. Appreciate y'all rocking with me today. Best chat on YouTube. Let's go. Let's go. Blizzman up in the crib. What's going on? Appreciate you tuning in. Metris Adams, she said, Jerry said deadlines make deals. Michael will be signed before September the 4th. Watch Michael sack Jalen Hurts 3 times in that game. I'm with you, Metris. I believe he gets signed no matter what happens. I believe no matter what happens. My right-hand man, Daniel Lim, formerly Daniel Lim, now he's Daniel Rangers. Let's go. Blizzman said Cowboys going 11-7. I can feel that. 11-6. But I can feel that for sure. I can see no less than 11 wins. I'm with you. Derek Grimsley in the crib, out of town working. Appreciate you. One day to see my wife and kids for 4 months. Oh no! Woo! Prayers for you, Derek Grimsley. Prayers for the family. Let's go. Blue Star, what's going on? Hold on. Cowboys for life in the crib. Everybody good. Blue Star said, I love the thumbnail cause that show does look like Jerry. Man, Jerry up in there having got Jedi mind tricks going on, people. I can't, I don't even fall for it. Coyote 3, what's going on? Ron Hanna up in here. What's going on? I always love to see Ron Hanna up in this chat. Let's go. The Newhouse fam in the crib regulating. Like Warren G, what's going on with you? Calvin Jefferson up in the crib. Hood W Kush, what's going on? Hoodie in the building. Christian Legal, what's going on with you? Good to see you. Ronnie in the crib. Cowboys for life, what's going on? Brian Worley up in this thing. Alex 4099, what's going on? He said, let's not forget Shady McCoy said, looking for a realtor. Hold on a second. I think he's looking for a realtor, Alex. It's not Dak Prescott. What's going on with you? Michael Tyree, DC4L, what's going on? He said, I wouldn't be surprised if Mike isn't signed by Friday since the drop of the Netflix series. I'm expecting any day. Hallelujah. In the crib, what's going on with you? Katharina Kiss, don't let me forget you. I'm sorry I almost skipped over you. What's going on, Katharina Kiss? All right, let's get a few more up in here. I think Miss Matrix is in here somewhere. I thought I saw somebody mention a name, but I don't see it. But nevertheless, again, hallelujah, salute. What's going on? What's going on? Final Hall up in the crib. What's going on for Chattanooga, Tennessee? J Wolf 324. What's going on with you? Good to see you, man. He said, try to say that, Mike. Man, I've been trying out Michael or J Mudia. I think it's Michael J. Medea or something to, man, I gotta hear it. I gotta hear it pronounced again. But again, my sister LaQueen from the beginning, what's going on with you? Ken, please, up in the crib. Good to see you. Lil D Texas in the crib. What's going on with you? All right, let's get this thing started, man. I appreciate y'all rocking with me today. I think we got a great show. Ace Wade looking so debonair on that avatar. What's going on? Blessings to you and your family. What's going on, Oddball JC? Micah, I'm not a cowboy for life. Don't worry, Micah ain't going nowhere. Tony Nichols up in this thing. Mr. 1972 Chevelle in the crib. R-Dub in this thing. Ice Cold Cowboy. My man, appreciate you, my brother. All right, let's get this thing again. Blue Blood, Warren Miles up in here. See all of y'all, appreciate you. Michael will be signed by the weekend, Blue Blood says. Boy, they probably got bets on that in Vegas right now. Let's go. Lucky Foolwood. I'm over the Parsons stuff. Man, me too. I'm ready for the season. He ain't going nowhere. C-Base up in the crib. Good to see you. Dominique Pittman up in this thing. Boy, we about to have some fun today. I see y'all in here. Again, Energy Plug is in here too. What's going on? We about to have some fun. Kid, please. Let's go. And then I got Chuck Chrome 8177 I7. What's good? He said, my people. All right, let's get this thing going. I'm sorry. I just got to greet my family up in here. I appreciate y'all. BK Cowboy fan up in here. Greetings. Appreciate you. Josh Carson up in here. Lord Nova 985. What's going on? John Henry. Man. Robert Dudley. Let's go, man. I'm trying to get everybody real quick. Reso Shorts. What's going on? Let's get this thing, man. Boy, I appreciate y'all rocking with me today. And then we'll greet some more y'all as y'all come in. All right, let's get this thing started. So this stuff about Micah Parsons, I don't even understand it. I don't even understand how people keep falling for this stuff. Man, I am not falling for this. I'm not falling for it. I mean, people are just saying stuff about Micah Parsons and this deal, and they're false. I'm sorry, they're false. I just believe they're false. I don't care who these insiders are that people are talking about. I don't believe it. Because there is nothing that is indicated that Jerry Jones is going to trade Micah Parsons. Nothing. It's all hyperbole. Tony Nichols up in here. What's going on, Mr. Seed Starter? Man, I hope your work day go by quicker. True Cowboy, what's going on? Justin Durham, he said smash that like button for G. I agree. Appreciate you, Justin Durham. I want us to look at this thing with Adam Schefter. It's like every time the Cowboys are off, it's like the timing is impeccable. Every time it's like the Cowboys are not really doing anything, here comes somebody with something. And here's Adam Schefter. And man, I appreciate the Adam Schefter work. But this is just, I'm not saying that what he's saying is bogus. I'm saying that it is bogus, though. I'm saying that it is bogus because the reality is if you're listening to Adam Schefter in this conversation, it don't sound like that he's really getting this from credible sources. It's like that Adam Schefter has chosen that, okay, I'm going to give my opinion on something. So let's check out this snippet from, I'm assuming this is from his podcast. And so, of course, you know, we all are doing podcasts and content creators. I mean, even media members, as much as they hated on content creators, it's funny to me because they're now content creators and they're doing things for the likes and the likes, the shares and whatever else. Adam Schefter decides that he's going to come out with this piece on Micah Parsons and Jerry Jones. Let's roll.
You can't get a deal done if you're not even talking. And the two sides haven't had any negotiations since late March or early April. And it sounds like at this point it's personal. It sounds like each side is dug in. The Cowboys have come out and said what they said publicly at the start of training camp.
So what the Cowboys say? This is where I am. What the Cowboys say? I'm confused. What the Cowboys say? Y'all hear me out. I mean, I know what Adam Schefter's saying, but I'm just trying to recollect on like kind of what did the Cowboys say? I don't recollect anything the Cowboys said that gave us an indicator that we're ready to get rid of Micah Parsons. The only thing that I know is that it seems that Jerry Jones and David Mulugeta are having a standoff. And I guess Micah with David Mulugeta, they're having a standoff. But I really haven't heard anything that they have been saying. And a lot of people, man, they're not giving, I'm not saying you got to give Jerry credit. Because actually, you know, you shouldn't be giving somebody credit for something they should be doing anyway. But I haven't heard Jerry really saying a lot of stuff about Micah Parsons, a lot of bad stuff. I mean, Jerry's just been saying he's under contract. We had a deal. He's under contract. We had a deal. Where is all of they're going to depart ways and where's this stuff coming from? I'm telling you, Jerry is doing nothing close to what he did to Dak Prescott. Man, they were almost out here trying to embarrass Dak Prescott. I mean, they have the doggone replacement in the building. Trey Lance in the building. And I'm with Dominique Pittman. If Trey Lance would have if Trey Lance would have balled out, man, we'd probably be having a whole different conversation. Whole different conversation, man. We'd be following Dak Prescott somewhere else. He's done none of these things to Micah Parsons. And I still say, no matter what anyone says, I still think this is different than what we've seen in the past, because it seems like that Jerry, while he didn't get the deal done per se when Michael wanted it, he sounds like that when he was ready to do the deal, he wanted to do the deal that him and Micah had obviously came to a conclusion to somewhere up in there in March. So other than that, Jerry hasn't really been saying a whole lot. And Jerry and even Steven both have already said, we're not interested in trading Michael. We're not interested. We're not listening. We're not interested. Even though the funny thing is, it's not like you can't listen. Because if people just put these trades out in the court of public opinion, which is kind of how people try to do stuff sometimes, you have no choice but to see them. But I'm going to tell you something about this Micah Parsons trade as we get to Jimmy Johnson. I'm going to tell you something that I've also changed my mind on Jimmy Johnson. And I'm calling cap on Jimmy Johnson on something he said about Micah Parsons, but I digress. But as far as I know, I don't think Micah Parsons is going anywhere. Daniel Lim, I think the contract is obviously done. I think the holdup is that Jerry doesn't want David Mulugeta to come in and change anything. And the contract that I think that Jerry and them have drawn up is the contract that him and Micah talked about. That's what I think he has drawn up. I don't think he has a Micah and David Mulugeta contract drawn up. I think Jerry has a Jerry and Micah Parsons deal drawn up. That's the part that nobody's talking about when they say the deal is done. Well, which deal? The deal that is going to please David Mulugeta and Micah, or the deal that's going to please Jerry that him and Micah came to a conclusion of? We're going to see. But I don't think inside of any of this, anywhere, we're going to see Micah Parsons get traded.
Which Micah didn't like. Micah came out and asked to be traded, said he was ready to move on from Dallas, which I'm sure they didn't like. And right now, both sides seem to be angry. Now, have other people put those feelings?
Now, I'm going to tell you this part too. I don't know if I'm not sure that Jerry and Steven or anybody was maybe upset about Micah saying he wanted to be traded. We understand that's a part of the game. I think if anything affected anybody, it was the part that I don't want to play for the Cowboys no more. I think that affected his team. And while a lot of people were talking about the Cowboys were coming out in solidarity and supporting Micah Parsons like they were going against Jerry Jones, I always thought that was foolishness. Maybe that was more to Micah Parsons for saying he didn't want to be a Dallas Cowboy no more. I think there is a stark difference between I don't want to be a Dallas Cowboy and I want to be traded. I want to be traded to me says, I don't like what Jerry is doing, so I'd rather be traded. Okay, that's a temper tantrum. But when you say you don't want to play for the team, I take that part more personal. Because as if I'm the team, you're saying you don't want to play with us anymore. So I'm taking that part personal. And so that's where I would come out and say, hey, man, don't say stuff like that. This is a negotiation. We understand. But don't say stuff like that in the negotiation because that stuff affects the team. So if anybody is bothered, they're bothered by that. But I don't think that they were bothered by the he wants to get traded stuff. I mean, come on, man, we hear that stuff all the time. But I'm telling you this. After listening to Jerry Jones and watching Jerry Jones in episode 1, boy, y'all better understand something about this man, Jerry Jones. There is nothing we can do to faze this man. There is nothing we can do. The hatred this man received when he bought the Cowboys, man, I don't care what we say. We can't even come close to it. There was no social media. These people were putting it out in the paper, the news, everything. They couldn't stand Jerry Jones, but he was still drawing attention to the team. My man JCT, slice up in the crib. He says he's going to pay Micah Parsons more times than not. He'll pay a great player. He will. Jerry's just creating drama and suspense again. I agree. We're beating Jalen Hurts in week 1. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, I'm with that. I'm with that, JC. I'm with that for sure. Yeah, Mr. 1972 said he's trying to build up their resumes. Chuchrome says Parsons' situation is nothing more than football business. It happens all the time and folks fall for it. Yes, Chuck, you're right. Straight facts. That's why I'm not falling for it. Man, I'm not even falling for this no more, man. This is crazy. I'm not falling for this stuff more. Man, Daniel, I'm with you. Man, Schefter got to stop this stuff. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason to this. This is a contract negotiation. And people can love it, like it, or hate it, but it is what it is. Jerry Jones is about to make this man, this Jerry about to make this man a doggone multimillionaire. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Blue Blood said they're just trying to create trash for the rag shows. Yeah, man, I'm not falling for it. I'm not I'm not falling for it. It's crazy to me, man. True Cowboy said Adam don't know Jack. Man, this dude ain't talking no facts, man. None. BK Cowboy said Michael signed or not will emphatically be ready to help this team versus Philly. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. I believe so too. And you know, people keep talking about leverage and things of this nature, and should Michael play on should he play under the contract and things of this nature. We're gonna see. All this stuff is gonna work itself out in the short term, because we're gonna be seeing whether or not this is true in what now. We're at about 13, 14 days away from the start of the season, so we're going to see. But I'm not worried about it. I don't believe that Michael is going to be traded, unless somebody comes with something absolutely ridiculous. And from what I saw, we're gonna listen to the rest of Adam Schefter. I got another report that somebody sent me, and then I'm gonna show you what Ernie, the Cowboys fan, I think that's who posted it today. Something that they're saying that Green Bay offered. We're getting borderline ridiculous. We're getting borderline ridiculous. If we get borderline ridiculous, I'm going to mesh this into the Jimmy Johnson conversation, because I'm going to push back on something Jimmy Johnson said, because I'm going to tell y'all, man, we'll never have another Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson was cutthroat. Y'all, if you seen this Netflix special, boy, this man, Jimmy Johnson, was cutthroat. Shoo. Jimmy can tell me anything he want to. I don't think there's anything that Jimmy wouldn't have done. As it pertains to winning, I don't think there's nothing that Jimmy wouldn't have done. That's just how cutthroat Jimmy was. And we're going to talk about that in a moment. But Michael ain't going nowhere, man. My man, the Big Rumbowski, he says Schefter's a clown. He should have been fired after the Rodgers fiasco. You don't get to claim to be a journalist at one point and then say you're not when your feet are put over the fire. Boy, yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. The big C-Bay said there are teams willing to take Michael, but he ain't going anywhere. I don't think so either. And the only way he's going somewhere, it would have to be ridiculous. And C-Bay said not for 2 years at least. I agree. 100%. All right, let's yeah, Ice Wall said you're not confused. G, he is. Yeah, facts, man. All right, let's check out some more of this, boys. It's funny to me. It's funny to me how serious that Adam is trying to be, but Adam can't even be taking this serious himself.
Aside in the past and figured out a way to work out a deal. Yeah, I don't see that happening here. I see these two sides.
Wait. He said he don't see a way that they're going to be able to work out a deal. I'm telling y'all, after watching Jerry last night, boy, if you don't understand Jerry now, you never will. Jerry loves it all. All of this, Jerry loves it. Jerry is a businessman. Jerry is a businessman. And something that people don't like. But Jerry was almost broken once upon a time and almost went broke buying the Cowboys. And man, I'm telling you, you can't have you can't have rich people conversations, wealthy people conversations with people who don't understand rich and wealth. People don't understand that. They don't understand these conversations. But Jerry is saying something. When he bought the Cowboys, he almost went broke. He made a gamble on a big oil well, hit $100 million, bought the Cowboys. You got to understand, he hit $100 million. Jerry was almost at his wit's end with his money when he spent the $800,000 on the oil well. Jerry said that thing hit the $100 million. I mean, Jerry said that thing garnered $100 million, and Jerry said, I just bought the Cowboys. Jerry took that $100 million. Man, Jerry was doing this like a drug dealer, man. Jerry took that $100 million and flipped it into the Cowboys. And I'm not mad at Jerry. I'm just going to tell you the truth. I'm not mad at Jerry from this standpoint. Jerry said, I'm not going to be where I was before again. I didn't buy the Cowboys just to win. I can respect that. Jerry is telling us through that documentary, I didn't buy the Cowboys just to win. I bought the Cowboys to win and to become a billionaire. Yeah, he did both of those things. Jerry bought the Cowboys for the love of football, but he also bought the Cowboys for the football business. Because a lot of the football business, Jerry is responsible for a lot of the football business. Look at the NFL. Look at those videos. Look at the things they're doing before Jerry comes into the NFL. Jerry gets into the NFL, and within 5 years, not only are the Cowboys lucrative, but the NFL is lucrative. I understand where Jerry's coming from. And Jerry milks every situation he can. Do I like it? No. Am I a multi-billionaire? No. Do I understand everything Jerry is doing? No. Do I agree? No. But do I get some of it? Yeah. Jerry is going to milk every situation, good or bad. Jerry's going to milk it because Jerry wants to make sure money in his pocket, money in the NFL's pocket, and his team winning in the process. And that don't always come to fruition. But even in this documentary, you're going to see that things that Jerry does, Jerry's not doing these things because he doesn't want to win. Jerry is doing some things because he thinks that they're going to, that he's still going to win. But I've already said this before, Jerry wants to win his way. And even with Micah Parsons, he wants to do it his way. We're going to see how it's going to turn out. But under no circumstance do I think that this man is not going to sign Micah Parsons. I don't. John Jones, what up, G Money? Yes, sir. It's a New Jack City up in here. What's going on? Sir Terry on chat, man. He said Michael needs to go to a legit Super Bowl team. Cowboys aren't going anywhere with Jones running the business. You know what, Sir Terry? I think we are. I think we are. I think Jerry and a lot of people, Sir Terry, I think they're missing this whole point of this documentary. I think Jerry is trying to tell the whole Cowboy fan base. I think Jerry is trying to tell the world, I got one more in me. I got one more Super Bowl run in me. I think Jerry is saying that. One more Super Bowl run in me. I think Jerry's telling the world this. One more. One more. And I think he's going to do it. I think he's going to do it. Contrary to the things I don't like that Jerry does. But Jerry is still, and I'm not going to be like some people. They're always looking for a way or a reason to say the Cowboys are moving the same. No, they're not moving the same. They're doing some things the same. But they've done a lot of things different. They've done a lot of things different. And I'm still not going to discount bringing in Shotty, bringing in this coaching staff, bringing in these free agents, the draft they had, and bringing in George Pickens, signed Oso Digizua, signed Cavante Turpin, signed Jake Ferguson early, trying to do Ty Smith, trying to do Deron Bland, trying to get other players done early. I'm not discounting all of that because of this stupidity with the Micah Parsons situation. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I refuse to do it. People do this type of stuff all the time. Not doing it. No, they're still moving different. Still doing some things the same. Still moving different. All right, let's get some more Adam Schefter, and I'm gonna come back to some more comments.
Headed towards a divorce in time. The only question is, when is that divorce going to happen, and how is it going to happen?
Stop it, Adam Schefter. Stop it. Stop this madness, bro. this, Adam Schefter? Where are you getting this stuff from? Man, I don't give a doggone what you talking about. When they get this contract finalized and Michael see all them zeros and commas and that decimal point, shoot. A lot of people say money can't buy you happiness. Shoot. Tell that to a person with no money. Some people say more money, more problems. I can agree with you there too. Yeah, some people want them problems though. Some people would rather have the problems with money than the problems with no money. This man's about to make Micah Parsons a multi-millionaire. I'm telling you, a whole lot of things are better to be repaired once that doggone contract gets signed. Shoot, Micah gonna come out and be talking about, I always want to be a Cowboy. I love Jerry Jones. We're gonna hear all the Uncle Jerry and everything again. Micah know how this is. I think Micah's understanding this too. But man, for this dude to be talking about, man, no records. Stop. Man, come on, man. Stop this stuff, man. This is crazy. Big Mouse Dog, what up with you? Man, come on, man. Come on. Hallelujah said the Georgia Street players like pimps treat they women. They be like, you think you got something different? Boy, come on, man. Boy, come on, tell them hallelujah. Because I understand what you're saying, hallelujah, in a sense. Because with Jerry, Jerry just sees everything as an opportunity, man. I take the scene last night, because Jerry tried to play on this. Jerry tried to play us on this. Jerry invites Jimmy Johnson to this little Mexican restaurant. Jimmy don't want to go because, see, the thing that really got me in this Netflix special was I was like, wow, Jimmy and Jerry really were good friends. Because when Tom Landry is getting ready to draft Michael Irvin, Jimmy tells him, hey, if the Cowboys draft you, I may be coming there too. So Jerry had already been talking to Jimmy. They really were good friends. But Jerry gets Jimmy to meet him at this little Mexican restaurant, or come with him to this little Mexican restaurant, talking about ain't nobody, there'll be no press, nobody gonna know. And sure enough, somebody snapped a picture. And that picture went viral for the time. And come to find out, they said in the documentary, that Mexican restaurant just happened to be Tom Landry's favorite restaurant. Come on, man, you can't make this up. Come on, man. This man, Jerry, is playing everybody. Come on, man. Not saying I like it, I just know how Jerry operates, man. I just know how Jerry operates. It ain't happening. My man Bruce up in this thing. What's going on, Bruce? Bruce said, gee, what you say is Carson Wentz. Oh, man, we're going to talk about that. Boy, we're going to talk about that. Carson Wentz and Cutting Greer. And remember Steve Berline. Boy, I'm going to talk about that too. I'm going to talk about that because I'm going to tell you, Jimmy Johnson, I'm not believing nothing Jimmy said a few weeks ago. That boy Jimmy is cutthroat. That boy Jimmy cutthroat. He said all Adam Schefter is doing is regurgitating the same thing over and over, but putting his own spin on it. Check it out, man. Let's listen to the rest of this. This man is straight up just come on, man.
Are they going to trade him now? Are they going to trade him after this year? Are they going to move on when? But it certainly doesn't feel like these two sides want to enter a long-term relationship together.
Where is he getting this from? Where is he getting this from, people? Seems to me that's exactly what they want to do. It seems to me that's exactly what they I think they want to come to a long-term agreement. They might not have come to a long-term agreement, but I think they want to. I just don't get where he's getting all this stuff from. It just sounds like to me these are things that he's just pulling from social media, just pulling stuff from social media and running with it.
That's the way it feels today, and we'll see if they do anything to change that before the regular season begins in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, Adam Schefter. Go check his podcast out. You can see right there at the end, the Adam Schefter podcast. Yeah, this is a great clickbait for the Adam Schefter podcast. I'm not mad at you, as long as you're making it honestly. But we don't have to believe you on that one. You need more people, bro. You need more people. I'm not believing the Michael trade talk. There's another conversation a guy sent me on X. A guy sent me on X, and I was kind of laughing at it, and I'm like, come on, man. Come on, man. This is what he sent me over here. Shout out to Dave Allen. He sent me something from TBMN News. Never even heard of this one. Let me see if it's an actual video. See if it's an actual video, but they're over here reporting. Okay, okay, so that was spam. So I'll make sure don't click that link. But this BM News thing talking about Micah Parsons' divorce. This is what he posted. So now I've clicked on it. Hold on just a second. Let me tell my wife stop texting me. I'm going to tell her to stop texting me, and then she's going to text me back saying, okay, watch what I tell you. All right, so this right here was just junk. Didn't I tell you? This right here is just junk. This part right here is just junk. Micah Parsons divorce from Cowboys coming in time and contract standoff. Don't click that link if you see it on X. It is actually spam. Don't click it. So that's kind of where we are. That's kind of where we are with that. But Micah Parsons isn't getting traded. I also picked up on this. Somebody posted this over on, let's see, what is this one right here? Somebody posted this on X. Let me give a shout out over here. Ernie the Cowboys fan. Shout out to Ernie the Cowboys fan. Ernie the Cowboys fan says sources say the Packers offered 2 first-round picks, a second-round pick, and a 5th-round pick for the Cowboys, for Cowboys Micah Parsons. Whoa. We're getting borderline. Hey. We're getting borderline ridiculous. Borderline ridiculous. But after watching the Jerry Jones thing last night, it cannot get ridiculous as the Herschel Walker trade. So Jerry and the guy from Minnesota, one of the things that they did with the guy from Minnesota that was absolutely insane, and this guy didn't understand who he was dealing with. He didn't understand he was dealing with Jerry Jones. And Jerry Jones is, and he was, and I still say he is to a degree, but Jerry pulled off the okie doke. Because the 5 players that they got from the Minnesota Vikings, the stipulation in the contract is if the Cowboys cut those 5 players that they got in the Herschel Walker deal, the Cowboys would receive draft compensation. They would receive draft picks for those players. And those players, I guess by, counts of the time of the day, those players were pretty good, right? Well, the crazy thing is that they called Jerry Jones bluff on this. And Jerry and Jimmy cut the 5 players and got 5 more draft picks. That was a ridiculous agreement by the guy from Minnesota. He dared Jerry. He said, there's no way you're going to do it. Jerry did it. And they got multiple picks. So when we think about a Herschel Walker trade, and you look back over at this, honestly, this isn't even what you would call ridiculous or a Herschel Walker trade. This isn't a Herschel Walker trade. You're probably thinking, if you're the Cowboys, this is nowhere close to enough. I mean, you getting there, but it's not close. I shouldn't say it's not close. You're getting there, but it's not what we would want for Micah Parsons. Because at the end of the day, I don't believe the Cowboys are trading Micah Parsons. But you do have to say to yourself, there is a point to where the Cowboys probably need to start thinking. If someone was to offer 3 if someone was to offer 3 first-round picks. Now, the problem is, this is also the caveat. You have to be careful with it being a team like the Green Bay Packers. Because that means for 3 years, if they get Micah Parsons, you're probably drafting 25 to 32. And everybody, at least this is what I hear. If you're drafting past number 20, a lot of people don't even consider that to be the first round. So if you are doing this with a team like Green Bay, then you probably better get ready for a whole bunch of second rounders, because that's pretty much what you're going to be getting, unless you get, let's say you get 4 first rounders from Green Bay. Then you could maybe flip 2 of those first rounders and say, okay, let me give these 2 first rounders to somebody who's higher up. Like when the Cowboys traded up, I think in 1990 to get Emmitt Smith. So maybe you could work on some things like that. But I mean, what you're talking about with a team like Green Bay, the part that don't make sense, and I mean cents, the part that don't make dollars and cents for the Cowboys is you're not getting an opportunity to get a player that is probably going to be able, unless you really scout and draft really, really, really well, a player that's going to be able to take Micah Parsons' spot. You won't be able to get that. You will not be able to get that, with those late round picks. But again, man, Cowboys, boy, this is. It's not happening, man. It's just not happening. I don't believe for a second the Cowboys are trading Micah Parsons. I don't believe it. I'm going to be hard pressed to even believe. Blue Ridge 3%er said Micah is under contract. He needs to be a man and honor it. I don't think I'm not even going to say he's not going to honor it. I just don't think Jerry is going to allow Micah to go into the season without an extension. I don't believe he's going to do it. I don't. BK Cowboy fan, let me capitalize on something that you're saying here. I like it. You said, once again, everyone need to get ready for an ineffective Micah for a portion of the season. Hopefully not soft tissue injuries. Finally, he was never a run stopper anyway. Now, BK Cowboy, let's capitalize on something that you're saying. I do believe, though, that Jerry thinks they have enough that if he wanted to take this into the season, he could. I don't think he is, but he can. I believe Jerry believes he's got enough firepower. He could take it. He could take it there if he wants to, because we're going to look at this roster in a few moments. Man, I'm telling y'all, I'm not telling y'all James Houston is Micah Parsons. I'm not telling y'all that. But what I am telling you, between Nealon, Fowler, Ezeraku, Sam Williams, James Houston, I think this defense would still be very good. I still think it will be very good. And could very well, when you start putting together certain combinations of those players, I think they very well may be able to still go out there and win. Because when Micah comes back, BK, I think the Cowboys have enough that they actually don't have to bring him back and say, hey, man, we're going to have to now just throw you into the fire and you got to get going real quick. No, they don't. No, they actually don't. They have enough that they could easily work him in. Hey, Micah, 20 snap counts maybe. 15, 20 snap counts. And we're only putting you in strictly as a pass rusher, to where we're going to try and get you clean shots at the quarterback. No, they don't have to. I don't think they're going to have to play him the way that they've had in the past. They have put enough around and opposite of Micah Parsons to where I don't think Micah Parsons is going to have to play anywhere near how he's played in the past. I don't. I think he's going to be just fine because I don't think they're going to have to, because of what they've done. It's not an urgent issue of, man, we can't rush the passer without Micah Parsons. Yes, we are. Yes, we've already seen flashes on film of Donovan Ezraku, and I still say the Cowboys have been holding Donovan Ezraku back. This dude, Brian Schottenheimer is either about to be a genius or he's going to get exposed. And I'm going to lean more on the side of genius because he has put in his mind he don't want to show nothing. Brian Schottenheimer has put in his mind and in the mind of his team, we're not showing nothing. We're catching this league by storm. We don't want them to know nothing that we're doing. We don't want them to see our first team. We don't want them to see the plays we're running with our first team. We don't want them to see Kenneth Murray Jr. We don't want them to see Dante Fowler. We don't want them to see Donovan Ezraku's moves. We don't want anybody to see nothing that we're doing that they could look at and go, uh-oh, the Cowboys are doing this and the Cowboys are going to do this. No. Nope. The Cowboys are basically saying, you're not going to find out what we are until you basically see us against the Eagles on Thursday night. And I'm telling you, I think Brian Schottenheimer is basically saying, without saying it, we're going to shock the world. I'm just telling you, I believe that's what he's saying. We're going to shock the world. Point blank in the story, we're going to shock the world. And so, hey, I got to give him the opportunity to do it. I have to give him the opportunity. If he's saying not showing anybody anything, let's see if it works. Let's see if it works, because it's already obvious that they're not going to have any of the players playing. And a lot of people, after watching the way that we watched the Washington Commanders out there throwing Joe Burrow around like a rag doll, man, no, we don't need that for Dak Prescott. No. We don't need that for Dak Prescott. Let me pull up one more thing on Micah Parsons. I see over here on 105.3 The Fan, it looks like that Bobby Belt and these guys were having a conversation about Micah Parsons too. And I'm hoping they're not drinking the Kool-Aid on this.
That's going to happen, that there's going to be a reverse. And it sounds like at some point in time, whether that's
they're reacting to Adam
after
Schefter.
The season, after 2 seasons, it sounds like the two sides are headed towards a divorce.
That's significant. For Adam Schefter to willingly say,
stop it
publicly, this sounds like a divorce, whether not necessarily it's going to happen now, but like, you know how you can know a couple and you see the couple and you're like, they're not getting divorced now, but it's coming. And I know this break is coming. Schefter's basically telling you he's looking at this couple and going, yep, they're not long. This is not going to, whether, and I can't remember him ever saying anything similar about any of these other contract situations the Cowboys have had. Wow. That's meaningful. And that's, I think, the important language there, the important distinction when he says whether it's a year or 2 years, basically what he's saying is no long-term contract.
No. That's not what he's saying. Adam Schefter is actually alluding to a franchise tag. That's what he's alluding to. Adam Schefter is alluding to a franchise tag. That basically the Cowboys are going to say, play it out this year, tag you next year, and then we trade you the next year. I don't buy it. I can't believe Belt is buying. Can't even believe Belt is buying into this.
He's not saying they'll trade him tomorrow, but basically that sounds like no long-term contract. This is what we've thought about. This is what we've talked about. The idea that if he starts this season, I think he'll show up and play is what I think will happen. And when he shows up and plays, though, I think he'll say, now that the season has started, done. We're not talking about this anymore. And so he's going to end up playing on his 5th-year option year. If he plays on the 5th-year option year, I would, if I were allowed to bet, which I'm not, if I were allowed to bet, I would put money on Micah Parsons gets dealt somewhere in the spring.
What? on, man. There is no way. There is no way somebody could be believing this, man. There's no way. Come on, man. I'm not, teach is old. I'm not buying this, man. This is garbage. It's just clicks and likes, man. And I'm not mad at anybody, but it's garbage. I don't believe it. Man, for all the older people out there, Public Enemy said, don't believe the hype. I'm not believing it, man. Ace Wade 17. Ace Wade 17, he said, the national media wants the Micah Parsons situation to be what the Trey Hendrickson situation is. We all know they're all doing it to generate clicks. Man, come on, man. You can't be believing this. People can't be believing this, man. Cannot be believing this. This is mad crazy work to me. My man Poopy D in here got my back. Smash that like button. He says, Poopy D, tell me what you think about this, man. Come on, man. Jason White said the deal will get done on the Joneses timeline. Not a lot. Straight up, bro. Jason White, man, I don't gamble, but I'm telling you, I wouldn't be surprised, man, that Jerry called Micah Parsons into the tunnel right after the national anthem, call him into the tunnel, sign the deal, and go back out there and play. Come on, man. Come on, man. It is not happening. I'm not believing it. Uh-oh, Edward Frazier up in here. He said 1 second for playoff games. He's out of position. Edward Frazier, I've made that argument, but people get mad when you make it. I still think he could be one of the greatest linebackers to ever play the game. But I guess some people say he's one of the greatest edge rushers to ever play the game. So, you know, Kitty boy, I'm with you. And Kitty boy, I think the Dallas Cowboys may shock even me. Matt Eberflus has these linebackers for the Cowboys. And if you think about the one thing that Dan Quinn felt like he was missing, because I still say that these two guys' defenses, people can tell me anything they want to about about Rod Marinelli and all of this. Dan Quinn and Matt Eberflus, to me, their defense seems to be a lot alike. And the one thing that Dan Quinn got robbed on when he was in Dallas, they never gave him linebackers. They never gave him the linebackers he was asking for. The man was just asking for Bobby Wagner. Jerry wouldn't even give the man Bobby Wagner. But, hey, they have given Matt Eberflus almost what he's wanted. They gave him Kenneth Murray Jr. They gave him Jack Sanborn from the Chicago Bears. They went out and got him Shamar James. We already had Maurice Leofau. He's got a man. And when Damari and Overshown come back, man, this dude, Matt Eberflus, has a very good linebacking core. Matt Eberflus's defense is not predicated upon the one tech, even though I still think we need a one tech to really solidify that line. But Matt Eberflus obviously incorporates his linebackers into the play. He incorporates the linebackers. So because he incorporates the linebackers, maybe he shocks us. Maybe they do stop the run way better than we thought they could. But I'll tell you this, we're going to know, and that's why I'm glad we're playing the Philadelphia Eagles in the first game. I am so glad we're playing the Philadelphia Eagles in the first game. I don't know what to do. What better way to start your season than by playing the number one rushing team in this league? A running quarterback and the top running back in the league with a top 5 offensive line. I am here for it. I want to see what Matt Eberflus's defense does in that first game. Matt Eberflus may have all of us shutting up. He may have all of us shutting up. I'm not going away from the fact that now that we know what we know about Mozzie Smith, and so many people, they're saying all these things about Mozzie Smith, and people having arguments about Mozzie Smith. But If you look at Mozzie Smith when he was under Dan Quinn versus Mozzie Smith under Mike Zimmer, which defense does Matt Eberflus resemble the most? Zimmer or Quinn? I'm sorry, but I think Eberflus's defense is a variation of Dan Quinn. And so we saw how Mozzie played under Dan Quinn. Nowhere near as good as he played under Zimmer. Anybody who watched him last year under Zimmer, we were like, okay, because of the way he played up under Zimmer, he's going to play even better the following year. Zimmer's not here. Now we've gone back to the keto diet and the weight loss. And now we got Brian Schottenheimer talking about him alternating between the 3 and the 1, which means he's not going to be the anchor. Doesn't mean he can't play, but he's not going to be the anchor that we're probably looking for. I think Jay Toya can be that anchor, but he's probably about 1 more year. Jay Toya's going to need this year to really get his legs up under him and then see what he is next year. Probably by year 3, Jay Toya pops. Jay Toya has shown some promising things on film. So again, Eberflus may surprise us, but I'm still anticipating the Cowboys may still bring in a 1-tech depending upon what shakes down as these things start happening. USFC said, why don't you buy this as plausible? Why commit to a guy for $45 million and $60 million to another? I can see Jerry making him play this year out. USMC, I'm struggling, bro. I think Jerry likes a lot of the controversy and drama that comes along with Micah because people got to really feel Jerry on this Netflix thing. Jerry, one of the reasons why he liked Jimmy Johnson, not just because he was the X's and the O's. He said it point blank range about Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy was controversial, and I liked it. Jerry likes controversial players, especially those who can play. Micah can play in the eyes of Jerry. And Jerry is always looking for that 90s mystique. I wonder if he sees some Charles Haley inside of Micah Parsons. But I'm going to tell you this, man, I said it before, and this is no knock on Micah. Bro, after watching Charles Haley on this doggone Netflix thing, Micah, I'm telling you, these 90s Cowboys, I'm having to change my mind on some stuff. I just don't think we're going to ever have players like, I just don't think we're ever going to have players like those guys. The mentality of some of those players. Charles Haley was a demon. Man, Charles Haley was a demon out there, bro. You're just not going to find players like those. This dude, Charles Haley, was a demon, but I still say Jerry may see some of that in him. Appreciate you, man, for that $20 super chat. Yes, sir. OG salute. Appreciate your Vibe 52 and boy. Keep the machine running. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Man, I'm telling you, I just see nothing that shows me that Jerry is going to get rid of Micah. It's not just the play with Micah that Jerry liked. We need to check Micah Parsons' DNA, and I'm not saying this in a negative way. Jerry sees, I just think Jerry even sees himself in Micah. I think Jerry sees himself in Micah. Jerry likes the attention that Micah brings. I just don't think Jerry's gonna do it. I don't think Jerry's gonna do it. I think Jerry's gonna sign Micah, and Jerry is going to be like, yeah, man, told you we were gonna get it done. Him and Micah gonna be sitting there smiling and kikiing, and this is why I say, when it comes to domestic disputes, you have to be real careful. You'll be trying to get on a side in a domestic dispute, and then when they patch up everything, they're both laughing at you. You don't get into domestic disputes. You don't want to go to jail behind domestic disputes because the people who you went to jail behind, they'll be laughing at you. Don't think it's happening. But we'll see. The dark side says, bro, this is the Dallas Cowboys, not Micah's Madden team. Let the diva go. Pull a Herschel Walker trade. Get back to prominence. Now, the dark side, I already mentioned this. The Herschel Walker trade. Now I'm realizing after hearing it last night, it's not possible, dark side. Now, maybe we could get the this year's version of it. But the caveat inside of the Herschel Walker trade that people don't understand. Herschel Walker had a no-trade clause, too, with the Cowboys. Jerry bought out the no-trade clause. He paid $2 million for a no-trade clause with Herschel Walker. Could you imagine what a no-trade clause would cost today? But I digress. But the caveat was the 5 players that the Vikings gave the Cowboys, that if the Cowboys cut those players, I don't understand anybody who would make such a deal. That if the Cowboys were to cut those players, the Vikings would get draft compensation. Nobody thought the Cowboys would cut 5 players. They cut 5 players. So in addition to the draft picks they got already from the trade, Cowboys got additional draft picks because they let go of 5 players. They got 5 additional draft picks. And there's no way you're going to get that for Micah Parsons. You're not getting that for Micah Parsons. But again, that Green Bay offer, while it's getting there, the problem is it's the Green Bay Packers. You're never going to draft beyond the top 25, at least what I believe, especially with Micah Parsons. They probably going to contend for the Super Bowl in those 2 or 3 years. So it would be senseless to do it with a team like them. Now, a team who would make sense to do it with, and they're not going to do it. You're talking about teams like Jacksonville Jaguars, New England Patriots. I mean, even the Tennessee Titans. You're talking about teams that you know last year were at the top of the draft, and that you know that one player is not going to catapult them to the top 5 within 1 year. If he goes to a team and catapults them to the top 5 within 3 years, and they're in the AFC, you don't care. But you don't want to give him to a team like Green Bay, and then he catapults the Green Bay Packers. He catapults the Green Bay Packers to the top 5 this year. Heck to the no. I don't think Jerry's thinking about doing it. I don't even think he's thinking about doing it. But I think he's watching. I think Jerry and Steven are watching. See, they can tell us they're not responding, but they can watch. And if something ridiculous comes across, but I don't see it. Something ridiculous would have to come across. The Big Rumbowskis, and it had to be from a team that is not, I believe, in the NFC at all, and a team that is no chance of them being top 5 in the next 2 years. The Big Rumbowski said Bobby Belt. He said Bobby Belt is a no talent waste of time. Waste of mic time on a sports radio station. Another reason why 105.3 sucks. BK Cowboy said, Mr. G, are we all focusing on who we see played this far, not circling back to Micah? Man, I'm telling you, the Cowboys, I still say the Cowboys are in a good position, even with Micah Parsons, because I don't think they're going to do any of the things that we're talking about with Micah Parsons. But when they do sign a deal with Micah Parsons, I say when they sign the deal, they have enough on this team to where Micah is not going to have to come back and jump knee deep into the Philadelphia Eagle game. Nope, you can just say, nope, Micah Parsons, you got 20 snaps tonight. Everything we're getting you in is on 3rd and long. And just working back in slowly. That's all you have to do. But again, let me work towards this Jimmy Johnson thing. But I've already alluded to it. Let me tell you about Jimmy Johnson. Brian Wallace said these guys are smoking that devil lettuce. Man, shoot. Ron Hanna, he said the Dallas media must hate the Cowboys to some degree. Well, all of the Dallas media, I'm just being honest with you. I don't think all of the Dallas media are Dallas Cowboy fans. I'm not trying to hate on the Dallas Cowboys media, but I have a hard time believing that all of them are Dallas Cowboy fans. Because I don't even think I think there are times that they do report objectively, but I think there's a lot of times they don't report objectively. They are very subjective in their takes on the Cowboys. But let me tell y'all let me tell y'all the conclusion I've come to about Jimmy Johnson. And I'm telling you now, I'm not even saying that anybody should ever be. I'm not even saying that anybody should ever be what Jimmy Johnson was. But Jimmy Johnson did something to me that is mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. My man Alfredo Morales, 5,300. El Chuka in the crib. What's going on? Let me tell you something that Jimmy Johnson did. When Jimmy Johnson became the coach of the Cowboys, Jimmy Johnson divorced his wife, I think of 26 years maybe, to focus all of his time on the Dallas Cowboys. If there is anybody that if you want to say that this coach was an absolute madman, it was Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy and Jerry were the perfect storm. Jerry wanted to win, and Jerry wanted to make money from winning. And Jimmy wanted to win. Jimmy wanted to win, and Jimmy wanted to win bad. Jimmy was spending 24 hours a day at the facility. Jimmy Johnson gave up his entire life for football. I'm telling us, all of it. There was nothing left of Jimmy Johnson but the Dallas Cowboys. Jimmy was a madman. Jimmy made his teams be extreme. Because now that I'm seeing some of the stuff that Brian Schottenheimer is doing, Brian Schottenheimer has absolutely been watching the 90s Cowboys. When Nate Newton last night was talking about the Cowboys did everything together, the Cowboys were a family, and he showed them they were swimming together, playing video games together, playing dominoes together, cards together. They just built this incredible camaraderie. But I'm going to tell you what Brian is missing. And I'm not knocking Brian Schottenheimer. I'm just telling you this. I'm just telling you what this man is missing. And I don't subscribe this to anybody because I'm telling you Jimmy Johnson was absolute Frankenstein. And a lot of people think Frankenstein is the monster. No, Frankenstein is the doctor that created the monster. We call Frankenstein, we call the monster Frankenstein. No, he's Frankenstein's monster. Brian Schottenheimer has made it very clear. Brian Schottenheimer said it's football or faith, family, football. Jimmy said, no, it's football. Jimmy said it's football. Nothing else. Football. Now I understand why those teams won like they did. I'm so glad this Netflix special has come out. A lot of people are looking at this in a very negative way and trying to find ways to slander Jerry. I'm not going to slander Jerry. No, I applaud Jerry. Jerry wanted to win. That's why he hired Jimmy. Jerry said, I'll handle the business. You handle the football. And we're going to win. And that dude, Jimmy Johnson, said football. I've never seen nothing like it. This man gave up his family for football. Jimmy is cut from a different cloth. And Jimmy said something a few months ago. Jimmy said, you don't trade generational talent. But after I started seeing the inner workings of the Herschel Walker deal, I got news for us. Do y'all know Herschel Walker was actually a generational talent? Herschel Walker was literally looked at as one of the greatest athletes of his time. He was looked at as the greatest player on the Cowboys at the time. Many people thought he was he was going to be one of the greatest running backs of the time. Herschel Walker was literally the best player on the Cowboys team. And this dude, Jimmy, was a mad scientist. He goes to Jerry and says, we need more players. We need more players. And we need them now. And Herschel Walker is the best player that we have on the team. Trade him. And Jerry traded him. Traded him. Helped broker the deal. Traded him. After watching what I saw with Jimmy Johnson last night, I do not believe that this man would not have traded Micah Parsons. If he could get the deal that he wanted, he'd have traded him. Jimmy, let me tell you something that blew my mind. Now, this confirms the story that I heard from a guy on 105.3 The Fan that said that what Dave Onestad told him. Now, if you pay attention to even Troy Aikman within those first 3 seasons somewhat, Troy wasn't exactly lighting it up. He wasn't exactly lighting it up. And Troy Aikman is very reserved. I know we've seen like these snippets of Troy going off on the sideline. The reality is that wasn't really Troy on a regular basis. Troy was a very reserved type of leader. Didn't say a lot. Really didn't. It's amazing that he's a commentator. He didn't say a lot. And his demeanor, Troy has a very even-keeled demeanor. And when you look at his upbringing, his dad was one of those tough guys, real tough, good man, raised his family, raised his son tough, and Troy idolized his father. Praise be to God. He had a great father figure, and Troy wanted to be just like him. He wanted to please his father. And Troy was a very tough man, not a man of a lot of words, very reserved, led by how he operated. Well, he wasn't very successful starting out. And some of the things we've talked about, it's exactly how it was. Now we just got the details. They brought in Noah Turner to fix Troy Aikman in this offense. It was trash. They brought in Noah Turner. And one of the things that Noah Turner did is Noah Turner speeded up the play, speeded up how Troy Aikman played, speeded up everything, his motion, his everything. He got I'm telling you, he got Troy on point. Got Michael Irvin on point. Emmitt Smith played, everything was just faster with Noah. Noah was a master offensive coordinator. But this dude, Jimmy, when Troy Aikman went down, Steve Berline came in. I've already told this story. I just didn't know it from the inner perspective. One of the things that Jimmy liked about Steve Berline was more of what Jimmy was. Let me tell you something about this dude, Jimmy Johnson. You want to talk about Brian Schottenheimer trying to take pages from the Jimmy Johnson book? And y'all know how we talk about that YN behavior, that young ninja behavior? Jimmy Johnson is the architect of this stuff. Now I see why the Cowboys partied so hard. because Jimmy wanted his teams, when he was the coach at Miami, Jimmy let his teams be themselves. They were one of the first teams to come out with as Jimmy called it, swag. Swagger. I wanted my team to have swagger. I wanted them to know and act like they were going to beat the brakes off teams. I wanted them with the celebrations. I wanted them with all of the rah-rah, the bravado, all the noise, all the talking. Jimmy wanted it all, y'all. Boy, I'm telling you, when I started seeing this stuff, and Jimmy was cut from a different cloth, man. Where Brian is trying to stop players from fighting in practice, shoo, Jimmy would have probably said, let's get it. Jimmy would have said, get it, lose or go home. Jimmy was different, man. Man, I saw last night, man, Jimmy cut a dude for having asthma. Jimmy said, man, we don't want asthma, man. We don't want asthma, man. We want effort. We want execution. You got asthma? Go on the other field. We'll never have another coach like Jimmy. I don't even know if Jerry would hire another coach like Jimmy. That boy, Jimmy Johnson, he's different than he was, because now he'll say stuff like, oh, I'd never do that. Man, I don't put nothing past Jimmy. Let me tell you, the story that was told about Dave Onstad, the story that Dave Onstad told is Troy Aikman was a turnover machine early on. Jimmy went up to Troy Aikman and told him, according to the story, you cannot play quarterback for me turning over the ball. Dave Onstad said he told Troy this flat out. And even Troy, because as I'm listening to stuff that Troy's saying, I'm like, this is kind of lining up with this story told by, that they said Dave Onstad told. Troy even said that he believes that Jimmy had a misconception of how bad he wanted to win. Why would he have that misconception? It wasn't just the play. It was just the overall demeanor, it seemed, of Troy Aikman. And what Jimmy liked about Steve Berline is that Steve Berline was that rah-rah guy. And Steve Berline even said it. And I'm going somewhere with this story. So even when Troy got healthy, Troy was actually healthy and able to play during the season. Now, Jimmy said he would never trade a generational player like Micah Parsons. Well, he traded a generational player in Herschel Walker. You want to know what's even crazier? Troy Aikman, by many account, is a generational quarterback. And Jimmy was still willing to let him be on the bench. That was Jimmy. Jimmy was still, not only did he still let him ride the bench when he was healthy by the last game of the season, took them boys into the playoffs. Steve Berline still the quarterback. Steve Berline took the Cowboys to the second round of the playoffs. And Troy Aikman, he said that he was bitter about it. And I was like laughing when they asked Jimmy about it. Jimmy was non-apologetic. Jimmy said, I wasn't thinking about nobody's feelings. I wanted the doggone win. You will never have another coach. Man, I'm telling you, we'll never have another coach like Jimmy. We'll never have another coach like Jimmy. When you're willing to sit down Troy Aikman for Steve Berline, bro, you are about winning. When you give up your family for the team, you are about winning. Man, I like some stuff that Brian been doing. And now I can see where Brian has been kind of looking at Jimmy and trying to trying to like kind of pick up on some things and trying to, No, no. Cowboys brothers and sisters in the congregation, Brian ain't close. I have to repent so I can stay in the Cowboys congregation. Boy, I said that Brian is being Jimmy-ish. Well, if he's being Jimmy-ish, maybe I can't say Jimmy-ish. I can't even go Jimmy-ish. I can see where he's kind of looking at Jimmy and saying, he's trying to pick up some of this stuff that Jimmy gave up his whole life for the Cowboys. Whole life. And that man, and this is the coup de grace. This is why I want to tell you what I'm telling you. This is exactly how the guys told the story that he said that Dave Onstad said. After Jimmy did what he did, after Jimmy said that to Troy, he said that Jerry, they started getting chairs and bringing them to a certain spot, and they said, what are they doing? They said Jerry is having a press conference. Do you know what Jerry did in his press conference? Dave Onstad said, Jerry, that was when they knew it was the beginning of the end, because Jerry had a press conference. And rather than talking about the bad game that Troy, because Troy had a bad game, Jerry said, Troy's our quarterback. And just started bragging on Troy despite the bad game that he had. Jimmy didn't appreciate that. Troy even said that after they had, in that season in 1990, when they're getting ready to go to the Super Bowl, and they finish up that last game, he said that Jimmy was about to have that moment with the team. I guess that transcended moment. I got to watch the rest of it. He said Jerry comes in with some of his friends and ruined that moment. And Troy even said the thing that really blew my mind is the more they won, the crazier Jimmy got. Dude, what? He said Jimmy got crazier the more they won. That Jimmy was furious about you could see the stuff they were showing. Jimmy was furious about every mistake. Jimmy was furious even when they won. Jimmy was furious if the game was close. Jimmy was furious, winning or losing. Jimmy was furious. And Troy made the comment, Jimmy smelt Super Bowl. Jimmy smelt Super Bowl. And Jimmy understood that there's a certain level, there's a certain mentality that you must have in order to win Super Bowls. And I'm telling this, man, after watching Jimmy, I'm like, how did we get to that point? Brian has done some good things. His coaching staff has done some good things. But how do you communicate a message like Jimmy? Let me tell you something. Big Mouse Dog, this part had me laughing too. When they lost the game, Jimmy said no food for them. Jimmy said they don't deserve to eat. He said, I want them to feel that hunger in their gut for losing. Jimmy was doing some stuff today, I'm telling you. And I'm going to tell you how I knew Jimmy was crazy. When Charles Haley called you crazy, there's crazy and there's Charles Haley. When Charles Haley called you crazy, you crazy. You bona fide nutcase crazy. Because the stories they were telling about Charles Haley just in the second episode, the stories they were telling about this dude, Charles Haley, were crazy work. You go into the front office and say, this is how bad I want to be off this team, and you urinate right there in front on the man's desk. They were all saying it. Michael Irvin, all of them. No, Charles Haley is a different kind of crazy. Charles Haley talking about there's three different personalities or whatever. Three different Charles, Chuck, and whoever else he was saying. I said, man, Charles Haley, this dude cut from a different cloth. But what he said about Jimmy, I knew Jimmy was crazy. Jimmy was crazy. Jimmy is probably why some of these doggone player association rules are like they are. Jimmy was crazy. Michael Irvin said Jimmy made the practices hell so the games would seem like heaven. And you can't do that type of stuff today. But boy, I'm telling you, Jimmy Johnson was different, man. Jimmy was different. And the thing that I can appreciate about Jerry, and I think Jerry is trying to do it now, still kind of getting in his own way a little bit, but Jerry stayed out of the way of Jimmy. Not in a bad way, just kind of stayed out of his way. He stayed out of his way. He listened to Jimmy. He did whatever those things were that Jimmy said that could help us win. He listened to Jimmy, and he did things. And he kind of, even though you could already see Jimmy was starting to come into the locker room. Jerry was coming into the locker room. Jerry was hanging on the sideline because Jerry, of course, takes the place of Tex Schramm. So he's both owner, GM, because Tex Schramm had a lot of hats too. But Jerry took his spot. But he still stayed out of the way of Jimmy. Jimmy was a mad scientist. We're never going to have another Jimmy. I had to, after I started seeing this stuff about Jimmy, I was like, man, I had to, I can't even put Brian Schottenheimer in the same conversation with Jimmy. Ace Wade, it was a once in a generation. They bamboozled the Minnesota Vikings. As I'm listening to the trade, I'm like, so you're dumb enough to think that if you tell the Cowboys they get 5 additional picks if they cut these 5 players, you don't think they're going to do it when they already were not winning at the time? Why wouldn't they do it? Heck yeah, I'm doing it. They were already losing by then. It was one of the things that catapulted them. But I'm just telling us, boy, whew, I don't believe Jimmy for a second. Jimmy would have traded anybody if it would have meant winning. Man. Jimmy would have traded anybody if it meant winning. All Jimmy wanted to do was win. Jimmy didn't care about people's feelings. Jimmy didn't care about what people said, what people thought. Jimmy didn't care. Jimmy didn't care what Troy Aikman thought. He didn't care what Michael thought, Emmett thought. Whoever helped him win, that's who Jimmy said you playing. And I'm telling you, Jerry made the point to say he told Jimmy Johnson, Troy Aikman is the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. What? You know why he told Jimmy that? Don't you get no bright ideas? Don't you get no bright ideas, Jimmy. You've already traded Herschel Walker. And that Herschel Walker trade didn't pay immediate dividends. I've already let you trade Herschel. What I'm not going to do, we're not going to even create a quarterback controversy between Troy Aikman and Steve Berline, because there was. Emmett said, with Steve Berline, got to run the ball more. Michael Irvin, you don't think he was getting the ball more? Don't think for a second that these players didn't like Steve Berline, because they were absolutely celebrating Steve Berline after every one of those wins. Because up until that time, the Cowboys were still kind of mediocre. Shoot, they went on, a 6-game winning streak with Steve Berline? Into the playoffs, won a playoff game. It was Jimmy that stepped in and said, nah. Troy Aikman is the quarterback here. I wonder what would have happened if he'd let Jimmy continue on the course he was on. I wonder what would have happened if he let it, because I'm just telling you, I don't believe for a second that Jerry wouldn't have traded Micah Parsons. I don't believe for a second that Jimmy wouldn't have traded. You can fill in the blank of any person you want to. If Jimmy thought it was going to give him more players and help him to win, Jerry would have traded him. Jimmy would have traded him. Undoubtedly, Jimmy would have traded him. I'm telling you, Jimmy was Frankenstein. And a lot of people don't understand. You think that that the monster was the actual monster? No, the creator of the monster was the monster. Frankenstein, the doctor, was actually the monster. Shoot, Jimmy was a monster, man. Jimmy was a monster. We're never gonna have another Jimmy. You just can't find a person that gives up everything to win, and that's what Jimmy did. I'm telling y'all, man, Jimmy is 101. Jimmy Johnson is 1 of 1. We'll never see another Jimmy Johnson. I wish we could, but we'll never see the league won't even tolerate a Jimmy Johnson. A lot of people be talking about, yeah, Jimmy this, and we'd love to have a Jimmy. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Because a lot of people, and I see something now, and I talked about this last year, and I'm going to bring it up again. Y'all know I'll apologize for Jerry when I need to. But I'm going to tell the truth about Jerry where I need to also. See, Jerry is the one that brought in that country club atmosphere. Jerry brought in Hollywood. And I won't necessarily say he brought in Hollywood. I'm actually going to give Jimmy some credit for Hollywood as it pertains to the way the players, how Jimmy wanted those rah-rah players. Because Irvin even talked about being drafted by Tom Landry and then coming in with Tom Landry, how everything was so, it was so quiet, so conservative, quiet, just, don't be too loud, don't do a lot of screaming, hollering, just kind of come in and do your job. Everything will be all right. But Jimmy wanted that stuff. Jimmy wanted the elaborate celebrations. Whatever you want to do, as long as you were balling, Jimmy wanted it. And that's another reason why Jerry loved him some Jimmy Johnson, because Jimmy and the way he carried his team, boy, they were nothing but attention magnets. And Jimmy's not doing it for the fame and the money. Jimmy's doing it for the winning. But Jerry is capitalizing on it because Jerry sees it as a very good business, a very good business tool. Yeah, Jerry wanted to win because Jerry knew, especially after taking over for Tom Landry, that winning was going to be the only way he was going to win over Dallas. He had to win Dallas over because Tom Landry was an icon. And Tom Landry was an icon, and the Cowboys were the worst team in the league. And I don't think there was no way, no how Tom Landry in his old age was going to bring the Cowboys back. Skip Bayless was on there, and Skip Bayless was had traveled with the team for years. And I was shocked when I saw Skip Bayless, James. I was shocked when I saw Skip Bayless. And Skip Bayless was giving some insight too. It was rumors that Tom Landry was losing his memory, forgetting the plays he was calling, and all of these different things. Tom had just done so much, it just wasn't enough. I mean, Tom had just overstayed. It's hard to coach that long. But Jimmy was exactly what the Cowboys needed. He was. And I do believe right now, Jimmy would be exactly what the Cowboys need now. We need to allow Jerry to continue to do the business that he does for the Cowboys. It's great. It's great for the Cowboys. It's great for the league. But what Jerry has to do is now you have to say, I'm going to do what I do. Now let me get me another or a similar type a similar coach to do some of the things in this day and time that Jimmy did. I think he sees maybe some Jimmy, but I think that Brian is a better talker than Jimmy because Jimmy was a better doer than Brian. Jimmy didn't believe in all that talking. Jimmy was a shower. And if Jimmy was talking, Jimmy was telling you something that he did, not something he going to do. Jimmy was telling you something that he did. Boy, Jimmy was crazy. Jimmy was crazy, and I was laughing because how he was telling Troy, "No, I'm not putting up with this. We're not going to keep losing." Yeah, Jimmy was ruthless. 70s fan, Jimmy was ruthless. He didn't let anyone or anything get in his way. He was ruthless. He was ruthless, 70s fan. I appreciate it. But I'm just telling you this. These Cowboys, I'm just telling you now, there are very few that can play for Jimmy. I believe Dak Prescott could play for Jimmy. I think Dak Prescott could have played for Jimmy, and Dak Prescott would have been 10 times more successful than Jimmy. I see why Troy was successful. Jimmy had a fear in Troy even. Bro, you keep on climbing up in here. I'll let Steve Berline be the quarterback. You don't find it to be ironic the year after that Steve Berline fiasco? Troy Aikman and this team comes out. I think they went 13-3, win the Super Bowl. Troy Aikman is MVP of the Super Bowl. You don't find it to be strange? It was one of his best years as it applies to turnovers. You don't find it to be strange? Shoot, Jimmy wasn't playing, bro. Jimmy was not playing, including with Troy. And I think the whole team saw kind of what he was doing to Troy. Hey, bro, we were mediocre with you. Berline on a winning streak. Sit your butt on that bench. Shoot. And Troy said he was upset about it. Troy came out that next season, that joker balled out. Shoot, Troy came out that next season and balled out. Jimmy didn't play. He was ruthless. He was ruthless. That's all I can tell you about Jimmy. That man 101. He is 1 of 1. Jimmy was ruthless. And now I am more convinced than I ever was before. I got to see what Jerry says about this in the Netflix documentary as I get through the rest of it. But letting go of Jimmy was one of the worst things that Jerry... I'm going to put it up there without knowing everything from the documentary and all his personal life. Letting go of Jimmy is the worst thing Jerry ever did. Jerry, I guarantee you he looks back now and realizes we could have won more. We could have been a team that could have won more Super Bowls than the New England Patriots with Tom Brady. Easy. They could have done it easy. Jimmy would have kept that team with players. Jimmy would have kept that dog mentality in his team. Jimmy would have kept leading his team to victory. Jimmy was incredible, man. Jimmy was incredible. Never going to get another Jimmy. He was incredible. So now I'm telling you, I got to step back. I got to step back on Brian Schottenheimer and not step back on Brian as I don't believe in Brian, because now I can see some of the stuff that Brian is doing. I'm like, I see what you're doing now, Brian. I'd already said it before because y'all had already heard me say that Brian is doing some Jimmy Johnson stuff. Shoot, man. Now see, he's talking about he want to come in here and have that practice. Yeah, you taking the page out of Jimmy book too. Yeah, you want your players to come in there and crack each other's skulls? That's a Jimmy Johnson page. Jimmy Johnson's players was leaving each other laying out on the practice field. Jimmy, and you're right, James Bakari. This is the statement right here. He was never satisfied. Never satisfied. That dude was different, man. And I'm going to tell you, not a lot of people can play for a coach like that. Not a lot of people can play for a coach like that. Jamal, you say he's on the board. I've been hearing about this board. Problem is, a board don't make decisions. They're in on decisions. And I think this generation is way too soft. I think they're way too soft for Jimmy. And even Jimmy. Jimmy ain't even the same Jimmy. Man, Jimmy would have never said, yeah, man, you don't trade generational talent, but he did. But he did. He traded generational talent. So, the question is, how do we get to that now? How do we get to that now? And in order to get to that now, Jerry would have to do the same thing that he did for Jimmy. My question is, now looking back, what is Bill Parcells if Jerry gave Bill Parcells the Jimmy treatment? What is Jason Garrett if Jimmy gives Jason the Jimmy treatment? What is Mike McCarthy? Now, I can say this about some of them, but at the same time, Jason never went on to coach again. Mike McCarthy had the same problems in Green Bay that he had in Dallas. I do think that Jerry gave Mike quite a bit of leeway to certain things. Bill Parcells, I think he kind of handicapped him a little bit. But, it seems like, and I thought that he was really giving the helm to Brian Schottenheimer until we started dealing with this Joe Milton thing. I just can't believe that this Joe Milton thing is actually Brian Schottenheimer. I don't believe it. I don't believe the starter's not playing. I don't believe that's Brian Schottenheimer. I don't believe that's Brian Schottenheimer. It could be. I could be totally wrong. I don't believe it is. I don't believe it is. I think this is Jerry doing some of that same type of Jerry stuff. And as much as I like Jerry, this is the knock I have on Jerry. Man, you got to stay out of that football stuff sometime, man. You got to stay out of that football stuff. You got to let these guys who you hire do that football stuff. And if you don't believe they can do the football stuff, then you get you somebody that can, like you got Jimmy. I'm telling us, man, Jimmy is a one of one. All right, let's get back over here to, I want to get over here to 105.3 The Fan. I want to hear Brian Broaddus. And actually, they got a couple of videos that we can look at now. Brian Broaddus is talking about the 53-man roster projection. Looks like Nick Harris is on here talking about the Jerry Jones Netflix thing. But I want to let's check out this one first. I want to see Brian Broaddus' film review from the Cowboys Ravens preseason game. I want to hear what he had to say. Let's check that out, and then we'll check out a couple more things too.
Zach, I know, did you get a chance?
I did. I watched it last night after our BetMGM Network show.
How about that? Eric, you got family things you're working on, right?
Well, I just rewatched the game in the morning before the 22 came out.
I'm
like preseason 22.
I'm the weirdo.
I'm not
Appreciate your new house, fam. You regulating.
Piss my wife off right now.
I'm the weirdo.
Wait till week one.
I was enjoying it. I mean, I'm trying to like some of these wide receivers, like these position battle. Like Ryan Flanoy to me is just a guy that has a lot of potential.
You know what? I think that I said this earlier, and I really do believe this. With Ryan Flanoy, I didn't give him much of a chance. I really didn't. And we'll see with the thing with Mingo and how that's all going to break down. And that looks like it's, several weeks is what they're saying right now. We'll see when he comes back. I just felt like Ryan Flanoy, in the games that he's played and the opportunities that he's got, nobody has got open more and not rewarded for getting open more than him.
Yeah.
Whoa.
With some of the passes they were throwing to him. I mean, he runs a pivot route the other night in the game where, and a pivot is where he's on the outside and he goes inside and then breaks back hard to the outside. And immediately he's got separation towards the sidelines. And Milton throws the ball like 10 feet over his head, and you're like going, God dang, you just put it on him. Yeah, it's a nice gain right there. He's going to maybe go up the sidelines, get a little bit more, but nobody has run more routes and got separation and got open and not been rewarded. But the thing that's been impressive with me, and I went back and watched him play on special teams because I'm trying to kind of figure out of these wide receivers. Now that you mentioned Wolchuk, all of a sudden there's a punt return, and he has a really good block on the punt return, and you're like going, okay. Then on the other side, Tolbert gets called for block in the back. And poor Tolbert looks like he's like, why am I even out here kind of a guy? And it sounds like I'm disrespecting the guy, but you could see with Flanoy, he kind of gets into it. There's another time where he was covering a punt.
And he's right there.
He gets a free release.
He beat a double team.
Yeah, it just goes right around him.
He runs right around him, and you're like going, okay, if a guy is doing that, or they use him as a blocker, and he's like getting into it, and he's being physical, and he's playing technique. He's not trying to hit a guy in the back or shove him because he's out of position. He's showing some awareness. I don't know, man. That's the kind of thing. If you're talking about why would we need this guy on the roster, those are the types of things you sit down in a meeting and go, hey, you guys, did anybody watch Flanoy play special teams the other day? Or did anybody watch him run routes the other day? Or anybody, that's the kind of thing when you're trying to make a football team that you.
Now, y'all remember what I told you yesterday? Y'all remember what I told you? They're doing exactly what I said they're having to do. Because Joe Milton is not connecting on passes. You're not getting to see Ryan Flanoy do what you want to see Ryan Flanoy do. It's not that you don't want to see Ryan Flanoy run routes. It's not that you don't want to see him block. It's not that you don't want to see him on special teams. It's not that you don't want to see him punt return and doing all the things that you're watching him do. You know what I want to see him do also, doggone it? I want to see him catch the ball. I want to see Ryan Flanoy catch the ball. That's what I want to see. I want to see what happens when he catches the ball. What does he look like after the catch? I want to see it. But do you hear how Brian Broaddus is evaluating wide receivers? Do y'all see the problem? I'm not hating on Joe Milton, but do you see the problem? You got to evaluate these wide receivers, and it's not that you were not going to look at these things anyway, but you're evaluating them by you're putting all the emphasis on those things and not the emphasis on what you really want the wide receiver to be able to do. Can he catch? Can he run? What does he do after he catches the ball? Well, I want to see that part first, and then let's see all them other pieces. Because I'm really getting him to catch the ball. Because eventually, if he becomes the number 2 wide receiver, he's not going to be playing on special teams. He's not going to be doing a lot of things other than out here catching, running routes, blocking. You don't get to evaluate him on catching. That's why Brian is saying, anybody watch tape on him to see what he's doing without the ball in his hand?
You have to do. And we talk about Mingo and the size. This is a big guy too. This guy's capable of. Mm-hmm. He's capable of if they play him, they want to play in the running game. This guy, if he's got he got called for holding. He got called for holding on a play, but his hands. He tried to get his hands inside, and then they kind of slipped the outside. And he grabbed the guy and he tried to turn him and then get the hands back inside. So at least he was aware. If he'd have just put his hands up, and it wouldn't have been a holding call, but. They got him right there.
Are positions 5 and 6? How much more important is special teams than actually catching it?
Huge. They've got to figure out. They've got guys. How many of these running backs, Zach, would you like to take a guess on that play special teams?
Moffa and Lipke.
If you want to build an app and have no idea how to code.
That's it, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm. And they put Vaughn out there, but let's be honest, Deuce Vaughn's not on the roster, and Deuce Vaughn doesn't look good out there on special teams. Although we did have one really nice blitz pickup. I'll give him credit for that.
I tell you what, there was a couple of times he actually stuck his nose in there and tried to, and he's just too short. That's the problem. He's just too short. And that's, he was a really, really good college player. He might go somewhere else and play. Someone might figure out something to do with him. But
I said the
I
same
just don't
thing.
see him in the mix here. I'll say this. Okay, do you want me to focus on Joe Milton on this stuff, or where do you want me to go on this stuff? Because I go a lot of different ways. I mean, you guys care what Joe Milton, how it.
I think we all know he wasn't good.
Okay. I will say this about Joe Milton, the one thing, and the safety that he took. This is the one, and if I could, just this one time on him. I had no idea why he held the ball. If you watch how the play develops, if you watch what his read is going to be, if you know, okay, they're going to try and throw this ball out of the end zone, they're going to try and hit it quick, and they're going to see if they can get anything out of it. And so I initially thought, Zach, I'm sitting next to you in the press box. I go, I wonder if Adeniji kicked wide, and that kept the blitzer. That what they did was they tricked him. They tricked him in like where the blitzer where the blitzer was going to come from. They tricked him, and so what he did was he thought he was protected to one side and didn't realize the other side was where the blitzer was going to come from. So, but what he has to know is he is dropping in the end zone. He's standing in the end zone. Mingo gets open on the slant.
Yeah, he's right there.
He's open.
To the left.
And I don't know why. But and even Malachi Starks, the safety, you're thinking like, okay, do I want to throw the ball inside and have my guy just get crushed by Malachi Starks? Well, Starks has his back turned. He's like going back to the inside. He's moving away. He's
like covering for the blitzer guy.
He's moving away from Mingo, right? So he's moving away. So there's that window to throw the ball in. And I'm thinking
he just doesn't pull the trigger.
He just did.
He will stare down guys now.
He absolutely.
And he did it with Cropper.
He's staring at Mingo.
Yeah.
He's staring
just
at Mingo. He
ball.
just doesn't want to throw it.
Yeah.
Y'all remember what I told you? All they're saying is what I told you. Joe Mingo, he wants to throw the ball far because he feels like that's his best throw. The short throws, he worries about. He worries about them because if he tries to throw it off his back foot so he doesn't throw it so long, it goes short. If he steps into it, he throws a fastball. He's afraid that he's going to make an overthrow in those dangerous areas. He already knows he can't control his arm. I think that's what the issue is. He knows he can't control his arm. And so those types of throws, they scare him. That's why I said if I was working out Joe Milton this next offseason, I'm telling him, all those long passes, bro, you can work on that. We'll work on that maybe once a week. What we need for you to work on, 5, 10, 15, 20. Those are your throws. 5, 10, 15, 20. Outs, digs, comebacks, post. That's it. You have got to perfect those throws if you want to play quarterback in this league, because nobody is going to bring you to a team for the Hail Mary throws. I think he's afraid to throw the short ones because I think he knows he can't complete them.
This is where I have the problems and with him, and I understand why they're trying to play him. And you understand, you see the arm talent with the throw down the seam. You see the arm talent with the throw to the outside. I don't think
a nice in-breaking route to Flanoy.
I just don't think his mechanics are all that great. And I don't think he sees the field like and that's lack of experience right there. That is just total lack of experience right there.
Let me give you another part. Did I not tell y'all this stuff yesterday? Let me tell you the part that people don't want to accept sometimes. The person that can throw it the farthest, the person who can run it the best, and the person who is the most athletic, they don't always make the best quarterbacks. I don't understand when people say stuff like, yeah, he the prototypical size. The prototypical size? Well, how's that the prototype when those are not what's winning? That can't be the prototype. No, the prototype really is the one that can play quarterback, the one that can process the game, the one that can make, and some people say make all the throws. Well, you don't have to make the 85-yard throw. I don't think it's a requirement to make the Hail Mary throw. I think saying making all the throws is maybe a little bit overrated, because which throws are we talking about when we're talking about all the throws? Because if I'm thinking about all the throws, what does he look like in the short to intermediates? Short, intermediate, seams. What does he look like? Because those are the majority of the throws. I mean, what is he looking like? Can he get it over the safety's head on a 30-yard seam route? Can he hit those deep outs, those comebacks, those digs? Can he hit those? That's what I'm concerned about. Don't show me the guy throwing the ball out the stadium, because I'm sitting there going, man, that's pretty cool. Last time I checked, though, we're not throwing balls out the stadium or into the stands. Last time I checked, we're not doing that stuff. No, I want to know who can play quarterback. This is what we're dealing with. And sometimes you have to face the facts. We'll see if this is the facts with one Joe Milton. But if his college career wasn't an indicator to you, he played 6 years of college ball. He only started 1 year. And he's the prototypical athletic size arm quarterback. And I'm pretty sure the people that beat him out were not like him. Sometimes sometimes we're trying to put a square peg into a circle. Sometimes we try to put a square peg into the circle, man. We just got to understand sometimes, bro, I know we want this to be what we want it to be, but it's just not going to fit. And this is where I see the Cowboys are. They're trying to force maybe Joe Milton to be something that he's not. Just saying.
He just does not see the field right now like he needs to. And hopefully that will pick up. Hopefully.
I mean, there's things in sports where no matter of experience is going to change, right?
Yeah.
It's like.
Hold on. Poobie D, let me show you something. Man, you made a great comment here, and I want to capitalize on both of your comments. Herschel Walker actually was for all intents and purposes, Herschel Walker was a generational talent, man. I'm telling you. He was viewed as a generational talent. And when you talk about the combination of size, athleticism, ability, speed, Herschel Walker was generational talent. Now let me go to your next comment and let me show you where I am with this. You said Emmett was generational. But let me tell you where I believe Emmett was generational. Emmett didn't have generational size. Emmett didn't have generational speed. I don't even think Emmett had generational ability. But what I think that Emmett had over Herschel Walker is that Emmett had generational mentality. It wasn't his talent, it was his mentality that maximized his talent. And it was Herschel Walker's mentality that minimized his talent. Herschel Walker, man, boy, Poobie D, you already know this. Herschel Walker at Georgia, shoot, man. I think one of the worst things Herschel Walker did was go to that doggone USFL. Boy, Herschel Walker at Georgia, phenom. Phenom at Georgia. Generational talent at Georgia. Everything about Herschel Walker screamed generational talent. Speed, size, strength, moves. Herschel Walker was all that in a bag of chips. All of that. Herschel Walker was all that in a bag of chips. I do think one of the things that messed up him, Jim Kelly, and some of those guys of his ilk that wanted to go to that doggone USFL, I think it was a huge mistake. I think it was a huge mistake to try to go to that alternate league. But again, Herschel Walker was generational talent. Didn't have generational mentality. There's a difference. Emmitt Smith became generational. Nobody looked at Emmitt and said, man, that guy generational. Nobody believed it. Even Michael Irvin said that when Emmitt Smith told him, I want to be the greatest running back of all time, the leading rushing running back of all time, Michael Irvin laughed at him. I bet you nobody would have laughed at Herschel Walker. Man, everybody knew what Herschel Walker was. Problem with Herschel Walker, though. Just check out some of the stuff they showed last night on them tape, Poopy D. Check out some of the stuff they showed on him. What was he doing? Ballet. Talking about he writing poetry. And there's nothing wrong with that stuff. But it just goes to show you that Herschel had different interests. Emmitt got it out the mud, man. Emmitt's mentality is what separated him from the running backs of his time, because there were better runners of the time. Terrell Davis was a better runner. Barry Sanders was a better runner. There were better runners than Emmitt Smith. They didn't have the mentality of Emmitt Smith. Emmitt's heart separated him from everybody. Emmitt's heart separated him from every single running back out there. Everybody will tell you he wasn't the biggest, he wasn't the fastest, he wasn't the quickest, he wasn't the slickest, he wasn't all those things. But he was an absolute monster because of his mentality. That was Herschel Walker, bro. That was Emmitt Smith. Emmitt was not generational. He became generational. Herschel was generational and turned out just to be good. There's a difference. And Emmitt even said this before. What separates players, and people don't even understand this, what separates players is what's in here. It's the mentality. People can tell me all day long, you don't have to agree. I'll take Michael Irvin in the 90s. I'll take Michael Irvin over Randy Moss, Terrell Owens, struggling with Jerry. But when you give me these top five wide receivers of all time, I'm taking Michael Irvin every day of the week because of what was in here. To hear Jimmy talk about Michael Irvin, to hear Troy talk about Michael Irvin, to hear Emmitt, to hear Jerry, to hear everybody talk about Michael Irvin, the true driving vocal force and leader of the Dallas Cowboys, Michael Irvin. I'll take him over all those wide receivers. All of them. Because what separated Michael Irvin from the Megatrons, the Randy Mosses, the Terrell Owens was the mentality. Michael Irvin is not a generational talent. But Michael Irvin has a generational mentality. You can't teach that, man. You can't teach the mentality of Michael Irvin. You can't teach it. Nobody can teach that. There's a lot of things you can't teach speed. But Michael Irvin wasn't the fastest. But his mentality. Michael Irvin became a generational receiver. Just like Emmitt became a generational. He was not generational. Nobody looked at Emmitt and thought, man, generational. They thought good, not generational. They looked at Herschel Walker, they said generational. Mentality was different. That separated Emmitt Emmett separated himself from Barry, all of them. The mentality of Emmett. The mentality. The dude was different, man. Mine was different. And that's what's missing in a lot of these players today. They don't have the mentality. They don't have the mentality. I don't think we'll ever find. Boy, I don't like to ever say ever. I don't think we'll ever find a wide receiver like Michael Irvin. Mike was built different, man. Man, I'm telling you, the more I watch this documentary, the more it makes me realize these 90 Cowboys were different, man. These dudes was made in a machine somewhere. They were different. And now I clearly see why they're saying stuff like, it was not the talent. I think that's why they're saying this. I don't think there's anybody that'll tell you that Michael Irvin of his time was the best wide receiver. I don't think they'll tell you that. I don't even think people will tell you Emmitt Smith was the best running back of his time. I don't think they'll necessarily tell you that when it comes to talent. Not when it comes to talent. But when you start talking about a mentality, oh yeah, them boys were up there. They'll tell you then, oh yeah, them boys, bar none, they were second to none. Oh, my man Ace Way 17, appreciate that super chat. He said, fun fact, Emmitt Smith is my cousin. I see you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I'm telling you, even when you listen to Emmett talk today, Ace, this is why Emmett, I'm telling you, got to hear how these guys think. They've all been saying this. Nah, man, it wasn't the talent. It wasn't the talent. That's why they're saying it wasn't the talent only. Even though I still say they had a super team. But I think, too, looking at them as a super team, but it was the mentality that maximized it. And Jimmy was a part of that. Jimmy drove the machine. Jimmy drove the machine. And I'm telling you now, Jimmy Johnson, I don't think Jimmy Johnson was the smartest at the X's and O's. I don't think Jimmy was the smartest at the X's and O's. I just think Jimmy had a mentality, and Jimmy went to a place to where most no, I'm not even going to say most coaches. Jimmy went to a place where no coach is willing to go. That's why Jimmy was successful. He went to a place where no coach was willing to go. He gave up everything. He was never satisfied with winning. Jimmy only wanted Super Bowls. Jimmy Johnson is the Michael Jordan of coaches. Winning didn't mean nothing to Jimmy. It just didn't. Stephen White up in here. What's going on, Stephen White? Jimmy only wanted to win Super Bowls. Jimmy only wanted to win Super Bowls. Jerry, you take care of the Hollywood stuff as far as all that advertising and stuff like that. Jimmy said, no, I'm Hollywood on the field. Hollywood comes with winning. That's what Jimmy said. Jimmy was different, man. Junior said it, boy. Junior said Jimmy would be running out the league today. No doubt, man. No doubt. Man, some of these doggone collective bargaining agreements things are against coaches like Jimmy. Man, Jimmy will mess a whole league up with people trying to be like Jimmy. He'll mess a whole league up, bro. Jimmy was crazy. Jelly Two Guns, what up with you? Shoot, Jimmy was crazy. Jimmy was crazy, man. Shoot, Charles, according to Alfredo, according to Charles Haley, he wasn't bipolar, he was tripolar. Shoot, that man said it was three of him in one body. Shoot. Man, that dude said it was three of him in one body. I said, I'm giving up on Charles, boy. I'm giving up on Charles Haley. That dude come from Charles Haley. Man, Charles Haley fit perfect with these Cowboys, man. Charles Haley fit perfect with these 90 Cowboys. They were crazy. They were all crazy, man. Their mentality was, nah, man, we ain't losing. And Jimmy did that. Jimmy did that. And again, Poopa D, that's why I love your comment, because, man, what made Emmett generational was not his ability, but his mentality. And Emmett has said that before. He said, man, People think it's about ability. Emmett said it's the heart. It's the heart. And when you start talking about the heart and when you start talking about winning, it is really this simple. Boy, what are you willing to do to win? What are you willing to give up to win? Man, when you want to win, you got to lose things out of your life, people out of your life. You gotta put when winning is the priority, you prioritize and say the only thing that has time in my life is what helps me to win. Woo! Boy. Ron Hanna said, man, if you could trade your family, a player alive or deceased, Jimmy wouldn't have traded. Ron Hanna. Facts. After they said that about Jimmy, I called Cap on Jimmy. Jimmy said you don't trade generational players. Said he wouldn't have traded Micah Parsons. I bet you he would have. I bet you he would have. If Jimmy knew he could get multiple players on this team, if he could find a way to get multiple players getting up in the first round, nah, Jimmy trade, he don't give a doggone who it was. And I'm telling you, for Jerry to tell Jimmy, Troy Aikman is our quarterback, what do you think he saw? Rumor has it he went to Miami and he was wanting to get rid of Dan Marino. And they told him no. And that was one of the reasons why many say that Jimmy couldn't get Miami over the hump. Yeah, Alfredo Morales. Jimmy also tried to replace Troy with Steve Walsh. Man, Jimmy was cut from a different cloth. He didn't care, man. Jimmy didn't care. And I was laughing because when they asked him, they said, man, why didn't you let Troy play? Man, I wasn't thinking about nobody's feelings. I was trying to win. Douglas said Jerry didn't let Jimmy go. Jimmy quit. You know, really, it all depends on whose story you believe, Douglas. I believe maybe both of those things could be true. But Jerry was letting go of Jimmy. Point blank range. Jerry was letting go of Jimmy. Straight up. He was letting go of him. It didn't matter what Jimmy quit or not. Jerry was letting go of Jimmy. They both were done. I wish Jimmy would have stayed around for the players. I wish he would have found a way to maybe find some kind of compromises with Jerry. But Jerry was a very, man, Jerry can be a very hard-headed man, as we all know. Yeah, Jimmy Hall said Jimmy had players in fear of losing their job and getting cut. Hey, and not only that, he had them scared of losing. That man was different, bro. Ooh. Boy, that man was different. But again, let me get back to this thing. I'm sorry. I love talking football with y'all, you guys. But again, getting back to this thing with Jerry and talking about Brian Broaddus talking about this thing with Joe Milton and talking about Ryan Flanoy. See, this is the problem you run into. When you have a quarterback that can't connect with these wide receivers out there, now you got to start going. It's not that you're not already going to go to those places, but you just don't get to see what you really want to see with Ryan Flanoy. You really want to see what Ryan Flanoy is. And I'm glad Ryan Flanoy has really stepped his game up, because last year I was saying that I think that Ryan Flanoy could be like a Dez Bryant type of receiver. Shoot, Ryan Flanoy could definitely be a great number 3 with a little bit more. I do.
It's like in video games. There are some people who are freaks at Tetris, and they can look at the board and see the new piece coming down and spin it and place it before anybody else. And it doesn't matter how much you practice, you're not going to be like situationally fluid and aware enough and sharp enough to ever really catch up. And it's no
I got you, Daniel Lim. I appreciate you. We'll talk about that in a moment.
Playing quarterbacks flip it impossible.
Yes.
Yeah.
I lean exactly where you're going.
It takes freaks to do it.
Yeah, because his resume, Michigan didn't.
Whoa. This guy right here just said exactly what I've been saying. I'm telling you, y'all gonna call me a prophet before it's over. Listen to what he's saying.
There. That is just total lack of experience right there. You know, he just does not see the field right now.
Not Brian Broaddus. Watch this.
And hopefully that will pick up then. Yeah, hopefully.
I mean, there's things in sports where no matter of experience is going to change, right?
Yeah.
It's like in video games. There's some people who are freaks at Tetris.
Yeah.
And they can look at the board and see the new piece coming down and spin it and place it before anybody else. And it doesn't matter how much you practice.
Yep.
You're not going to be like situationally fluid and aware enough and sharp enough to ever really catch up. And it's no disrespect to Joe Milton as an athlete, incredible athlete. Playing quarterback's flipping impossible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I lean exactly where you're
It takes
going
freaks to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, because his resume, Michigan didn't make it.
Nope.
Got hurt, and then Hendon Hooker take his job there at Tennessee. Started 1 year, and then was a 7th round pick. I mean, there's a reason for this. Some of that is on him.
Yeah.
It just hasn't clicked.
Have y'all not been hearing me say the same thing? You might have to accept the fact he can't play quarterback. Has anybody ever thought about that? I have. Maybe he can't play quarterback because not everybody can do it. Not everybody can do it. Okay, I got that too on Micah Parsons. We'll bring that up in a moment too. Appreciate you. I'm telling us. I'm just telling us. Joe Milton has really stopped them from evaluating these guys totally the way you would like to evaluate them. Just is what it is. I don't know what else to tell people on that.
I think it's on Jerry right now insisting they keep trying to develop this guy. I don't think any coach over there is like, yeah, this is a good idea to keep playing.
Whoa! Did we not see it yesterday? The more I see this, the more I think it's Jerry. Now, y'all know I'll apologize for Jerry on certain things. But I told you, this is seeming like Jerry to me. Because Brian is just too adamant about this. This seems like a company directive. There is no way that these coaches could be looking at Joe Milton saying, yeah, man, we want to see more Joe Milton. No, anybody who's really paying attention would just easily say, okay, a lot of athletic ability, check. Big arm, check. Needs a lot of work. Okay, we need to let Will Greer go. Let's see what Will Greer is, because a lot of people are missing my bigger point because they only want to hear what they want to hear. Are we comfortable? Are we really comfortable letting Joe Milton, with all the work that he still needs, who in the reality of this all is really a practice squad guy at best right now? So you're telling me we're comfortable letting him work out all his kinks if Dak Prescott was to go down? If you believe that, you don't want to win. You just want to get rid of Dak. You do not want to win. The reality of this situation is the Cowboys should have actually brought in a legitimate backup quarterback early on. And if they wanted to get Joe Milton, go get Joe Milton. But let him develop over the next couple of years and not try to put him in the position of the opportunity to be the second quarterback when you know doggone ready he's eons away from that right now. And with them not allowing Will Greer, who's only had 2 NFL starts, can Will Greer play? Yes, he's been in this league 6 years. Then if you know what Will Greer is, and if Will Greer was actually willing to come here and say, I'm going to let Joe Milton play himself either into a starting role or play himself into the second quarterback or play himself out of the second quarterback. If he was willing to do that, you don't want him being the backup either. People are missing that broader point. You should get you a quarterback who you believe that if something was to happen with this high-powered offense could come in and really do some damage. And when Dak is back healthy, you put him back on the field because nobody's taking Dak Prescott's place. But doggone it, why in the world would we be willing? Because we like a guy? I don't understand that mentality. I don't understand that mentality. That slaps a meritocracy in the face. No, bro, you earn reps by how you're practicing, how you're executing, how you're performing. We're not going to keep rewarding you and beating our head against the wall, watching you regress. And then we say, yeah, man, after watching him regress, we're going to start him again. What? Come on, man. Say that to yourself out loud when nobody's around, and you'll say, that actually don't make sense. We probably do need to be letting Will Grier play. We do need to be working with Will Grier too. Too late now. There's not even many quarterbacks out there left. Carson Wentz, I believe, is out there. Ryan Tannehill is out there. I'm kind of like between Carson Wentz and Tannehill. Maybe I would probably be, if I were the Cowboys, I would really be thinking about bringing in one of those two or both of them to kind of see what they look like. Because the goal is to strengthen the roster. We can't be in love with these players. We already have a quarterback. We want to make sure. We want insurance. That's what backups are for, especially at the quarterback position. And at this point, Joe Milton isn't better than Cooper Rush. You'd have been better off just paying Cooper Rush the money and letting Cooper Rush remain the backup. And y'all already know I'm not a big fan of Cooper Rush. But he played quite a bit last year. Maybe he would be better this year, even though I still say even against the Cowboys. I mean, what did he throw? A couple interceptions? I'm still not sold on him. But if you're not going to do that, then survey and say who is the best quarterback out there and bring him in as the backup. Bring him in as the backup. Milton is bridge at best. Milton is bridge at best. And don't force him to be a bridge. And I'm agreeing. This got Jerry written all over to me. Just like Jerry told Jimmy, Troy's the quarterback of Dallas. I saw a quote the other day. And this quote told me everything. Let me find it. And while we listen to the rest of this, I'm going to find this quote that Jerry Jones made. And I was like, wow, I can't believe I overlooked this.
I would say it's like having another producer in the room that knows exactly what your song needs.
Yeah, he just has not had a lot of work, and that's a really, really, really big problem right now. All right, I want to talk about,
and we need to ask ourselves, why do we keep trying to bring in these guys who we know haven't had a lot of work? Bro, you're looking for a good backup quarterback. Why do we keep trying to get these developmental guys? It's like there's always this thing to where we're trying, like, it's like we're almost trying to push Dak Prescott out the door. Come on, bro. This is crazy to me.
Booth's pick 6, if I could, just how it broke down for him. And this is what I think that Matt Eberflus is capable of doing when it comes to coordination of defense. Eberflus, he's going to show a safety blitz to Rush's right. So he's coming from the defensive left, but he drops Thomas instead. He's got Wan'Dale Thomas up, and then he drops him. And Childress then slot blitzes from the left. He just can't quite get there. But here you are. He's showing a blitz coming this way, but brings another blitz from the other side. And Wester, the Ravens receiver.
Y'all tell me what you think. We're gonna get to this when we get to the. We're gonna get to this when we get to the roster portion. I don't give a doggone what Booth did in that game. Booth has been toast since last season, and Booth was toast up until this last game. I'm sorry, but Booth ain't changing my mind. Or as Angie the Rebel Chicks call him, BOOF. Booth ain't changing my mind. Now, he can hit that practice squad, but I'm making sure. I don't care if I got to bring somebody in. I'm looking for better than Booth. I'm sorry.
Booth is all over him. And I think Flus is going to figure out that his group that he has currently are better man cover guys than they are zone players.
Agreed.
I think he's going to see it's going to listen, I've got to play a lot more man coverage. He might get crushed doing it, but I think he's going to get crushed if he plays zone. I think he's going to need to play more man coverage here. But Childress gets the slot blitz, but Booth is all over Wester, and he's all over him to the point of not interfering with him. Usually you get the illegal contact, the holding, the grabbing, and all that stuff. But he is in perfect position as he's running with him. And then you see Wester is like the ball is being thrown, and Booth's reactions are outstanding. Wester doesn't even know the ball is there because he's having to deal with Booth's coverage that tight. And just great reactions by Booth to be able to catch the ball and then be able to secure it and then get down the sidelines. He picks up a couple of blocks down the way. But, Booth is a guy that's kind of much maligned in the way he plays. And he comes back, and there's a couple of different times where, again, ball to the outside, he plays the ball with offhand. Doesn't hook the receiver, doesn't interfere, doesn't go through the guy.
Hey, Brandy.
So if you're talking about a guy who was kind of struggling with, am I on the team? Am I off the team? Are people attacking me? Yeah, he got attacked. But I'll tell you what, I think he made the Ravens pay a little bit for going after him the way they did. I think Cooper Rush probably knew, here's a guy could go after him. This game would be okay. But Booth did a nice job of playing with him.
Yeah, that was a great. It was almost like he baited Cooper Rush. And we got to understand something too that people may not realize. Booth has played against Cooper Rush. You know what Cooper Rush is. Booth know that Cooper Rush didn't have the strongest arm. I think we all kind of knew that. Booth didn't have the strongest arm. He just doesn't. He just does. Cooper Rush doesn't have the strongest arm. Booth knew it. He baited him first. He kept jetting out, and then rather than bailing on it, he stayed on him on that, and he threw it because he thought he was gonna bail, and he got him. Sweet Zeke, what up with you? 70s fan said, I think they asked Michael Irvin at the 93 Super Bowl about a third in a row, and he said he didn't know if Jimmy Johnson could push another one out of them or something like that. I think they would have been. I think they still would have won. What do you think? I think they still win 5 or 6. Mingo makes the team. Yep, Mingo makes the team. Cowboy gave a 4th round draft pick for him. Y'all already know the Cowboys when they put draft picks, and I think this is one of the same things that's going on with Mingo. When the Cowboys put draft picks on you, the Cowboys are saying, we ain't giving up on you. That's the Cowboys. That's the Cowboys to me. That's the Cowboys. Shoot, Steve White, you better say it. Herschel Walker was a generational talent, but he lacked a generational mentality. Emmitt Smith was a good running back, but he had a generational mentality and nobody knew it. If everybody could go back in that draft where Emmitt Smith came out, man, Emmitt Smith probably would have been the top 5 pick. Top 5 pick easy. Emmitt was incredible. Yeah. See, Alfredo, you're talking about it. It's that desire. He was different, bro. The mindset was different. Poobie D, he could see the field. Yeah, he was different. Never took a direct hit. Emmitt knew how to move his body in ways to where he never took a direct hit until late in his career. And that was from Roy Williams when Emmitt, for whatever, Emmitt wanted to keep playing, went to the Arizona Cardinals, and Roy came down that thing and hit him with a square shot. Pow! And broke that collarbone, I think it was. Ron Bowski, that's what it was. It was a financially smart decision. They paid them dudes out their minds, man. They paid those dudes out their mind. That's why they went bankrupt. Yep, Emmitt had incredible contact balance. Emmitt was different, man, but it was his mind. Emmitt will tell you, it was his mind. Have y'all noticed? I caught on to Emmitt again. Emmitt was saying, it's not just about the talent. Shoot, Emmitt was saying, y'all better stop talking about we had a super team up in here. Shoot, we were more than a super team. Emmitt is saying something, bro. We had mentality. And I noticed that Emmitt said he want to see where everybody's coming from like what made us go. Have y'all noticed Have y'all noticed something strange about the Netflix series? You're hearing talent, but what you're hearing more is mentality. What you're hearing more is brotherhood. What you're hearing more is just how much these guys loved each other. That's what you're hearing. They've actually put the talent, they're saying, man, the talent was extra. It was our mentality. It was Jerry, it was Jimmy Johnson. It was Jimmy's way of doing things that really got us. Brian Davis, yeah. Again, you can't discount that. I said the same thing. You can't discount the fact that they literally had the best offensive line. But Brian, Michael Irvin made a point that I tried to go back and check him on, and Mike was right. Mike said, but we had the same offensive line before Emmett got here. So Mike is actually saying something. Did the offensive line make Emmett, or did Emmett make the line, or did the combination of the two just work together really well? Michael made that point. Mike said everybody talk about the line, but he said we had that line before. He said we had that line before Emmett. That's what he said. So I couldn't check him on it, Brian. I went back. I looked at the draft. He was right. He was pretty much right. Let me show you something that Jerry said. And this is why I believe this guy on 105.3 is saying the same thing I said about Jerry. Look at this comment from Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones says, I have to pinch myself over getting quarterback Joe Milton. What? Wonder what he's thinking now. I wonder what he's thinking now. I wonder what he's thinking now. Says here, Jerry says, I really have to pinch myself that we got him after the last game that he had up there. Prisoner of the moment. After the last game he had up there, starting there for New England, Jones told Christy Scales of 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, I'm just excited that we had a chance to get him, and he hasn't disappointed. Jerry says this before OTA. Let me see when this was written. Let me see when this is written. Okay, this is August 10th. So this is August the 10th. So this is Brian obviously echoing some of these things that Jerry says. But he said he hasn't disappointed. Strange. Let me read the rest of this. It says in Los Angeles, Milton completed 17 of 29 throws for 143 yards with a touchdown and interception in 9 drives. He ran for 22 yards and 5 carries. The passing performance generated a rating of 68.6. So they said for now, Mingo is the guy who will be playing if starter Dak Prescott, who missed 9 games in 2024 with a hamstring injury, suffers anything more than a bruise. Y'all don't find this to be like ludicrous, especially after the last game. If this is how the Cowboys are thinking, they don't want to win a championship. To me, this is not a championship mindset. You got to get somebody in here better than Joe Milton. And not just Joe Milton, better than Will Grier. This isn't about Joe Milton. This is about the Dallas Cowboys. You really should be serious about who's backing up your backup quarterback, especially when you have the offense the Cowboys have now. Bro, get somebody in here that can play. Get somebody in here that can play, man. That if something was to happen, that they could carry us for 4 or 5 games. Get somebody in here that can play. I don't believe Joe Milton can carry us even 2. I don't. I don't think he can carry us. The run game isn't good enough for him to carry us. In order for Joe Milton to be able to carry a team, you got to have a very good running game. You have to have a very good running game. That's the only way you can carry a quarterback who is you're going to ask him to make minimum throws. You're probably going to ask him to use his legs. And you're going to try to control the ball through running the ball. He's already showed you he's going to miss. And why do we want a quarterback developing? I don't get our mentality. I just don't get our mentality. All right, let's go to the Cowboys cuts. Cowboys cuts. Let's go. Let's go to the Cowboys cuts. Over on 105.3 The Fan, Brian and these guys had a conversation about the Cowboys cuts. So let me pull up something. The Cowboys have released. Let's pull this up. The Cowboys have released their unofficial. They have released their unofficial depth chart for, I guess, this week. And let's listen to this too. I noticed that there's a video on here with James Slater. They're talking about the Cowboys and things they did this season. Did they get better or not? I want us to kind of listen to this. And then we're going to look at this Cowboys depth chart. Let's check this out. If this is the bright spot for the Cowboys, we're literally in trouble. I love the interception that Andrew Booth made. I love the Deion Sanders dedication. I love it all. Booth has been getting toasted. Booth has been getting toasted up until this game. Okay. We'll leave that there. This is the official depth chart from Tommy Yarish. All right. So I don't think this looks too much different than anything we've been seeing already. I mean, we kind of know what the starter is. I mean, what the starting lineup is. No surprise. Lamb, Guyton, Smith, BB, Booker, Steele, Ferguson, Fairweather, Jalen Tolbert, Pickens, Dak Prescott, Javonte Williams. They got Malik Davis in there. Malik Davis, I don't even know why he's in there. They got Javonte Williams, Hunter Lipke. This is as of August the 19th. This is today, 2019. Nealon, Smith, Osa, Micah, Maurice, Sanborn, Murray, Elam, Keenan Hall, Deron Bland, Wilson, Malik Hooker. Then, of course, we got Aubrey, Anger, Sieg, Anger, and then we got Turpin. And I really do think that Turpin, a lot of people keep putting Turpin up here. They keep putting Turpin up here. But if I'm not mistaken, you don't have to put Turpin up here with the wide receivers because his roster spot is on special teams. So you can probably carry that one extra wide receiver if you want that one wide receiver. But I want to look at this as we get ready to go into this game. And what I kind of want to look at is I want us to talk through this. because this I want to pull up because this isn't too much different that I'm looking at right here that I have on this other device. I want us to kind of look at like what do we think the Cowboys, who do we think the Cowboys are going to who do we think they're going to let go of? Because in the grand scheme of things, there's just not a lot of spots to where you can say that there is somebody who is who do we think is in danger? So when we look at the wide receivers, I want to look over here at the wide receivers. So we already know George Pickens. We already know George Pickens is. We already know George Pickens has made the team. Hold on, I'm trying to find me some ink that'll show up. All right. We already know that George Pickens has made the team, right? We know Pickens is in. We got Jalen Tolbert. We know Jalen is in. We know Lamb is in. So when we look at the wide receivers, Brian said he is going to surprise us. So I'm wondering, like, okay, like, how is he going to surprise us? I think that Jonathan Mingo being on IR, I believe Jonathan Mingo makes the team. I believe he was going to make the team anyway. I just don't think there was no way Mingo was not going to make the team. The Cowboys gave up a 4th-round draft pick for Mingo, and they were not going to not let him make the team. The question becomes all of these wide receivers back here. So when you start looking at Brooks, when we start looking at Kevontae Turpin, not Kevontae Turpin. Let's kind of put Kevontae Turpin. Kevontae Turpin don't actually need to be on here. The Cowboys don't have to make any kind of decision on Kevontae Turpin. They just don't. You got his roster spot already, if I'm not mistaken, from special teams. You don't have to worry about him. So the reality is, Mingo is still going to be on the team. This is boiling down to Brooks, Ryan Flanoy, Trayshawn Holden, Jalen Cropper, Josh Kelly. The question becomes, how many wide receivers do the Cowboys carry? So you've already allotted 3 spots to Pickens, Jalen, Tolbert, CeeDee Lamb. If Mingo is 4, Mingo is not going to be available at the beginning of the season. Turpin, for me, doesn't even count. Turpin actually allows you that if you want to, you can actually bring along another wide receiver because Turpin is on special teams. So the Cowboys, in essence, could actually keep Mingo and bring 2 more wide receivers because Turpin is where he is. And so I don't know how Brian is going to shock us. I mean, y'all help me out with this, but I think the Cowboys are rolling. I think the Cowboys are going to roll with Ryan Flanoy. They drafted him. I'm pretty sure that if Brian Broaddus is seeing tape on him and Brian Broaddus is seeing what he's seeing, I'm sure the Cowboys are seeing what they're seeing too. I'm sure they're seeing it. So you got Mingo, Ryan Flanoy. The question is, do you pick Jalen Brooks or do you pick Trayshawn Holden? Cropper, I don't know. Cropper and Josh Kelly will probably be cut outright and probably go to the practice squad. I see both of them, especially Josh Kelly. He either gets cut or practice squad. Josh Kelly gets cut or practice squad. Jalen Cropper does good every year. Jalen Cropper, I think he's a good special teams player for what my understanding is. The Cowboys could maybe keep Cropper over Trayshawn Holden. Because here becomes the problem. Any of these wide receivers on the backside, you're going to have to play special teams. And the question is Ryan Flanoy a better special teams player, or is Trayshawn Holden a better special teams player than Jalen Cropper? I think the surprise I think the thing that's going to maybe surprise us is that Trayshawn Holden either makes or he gets cut. I think Trayshawn Holden is the surprise. I think he's the surprise, and I think it's going to be out of him and Cropper. Y'all tell me what you think. I don't even think Josh Kelly is in the running. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I forgot about Jalen Brooks. So let me change that. Hold on. This is going to come down between Jalen Brooks and Trayshawn Holden. Jalen Brooks and Trayshawn Holden. What do y'all think? Again, I think Jalen Cropper may find himself odd man out. Y'all tell me what you think. I think Jalen Cropper may find himself odd man out in some kind of way. And it all depends on how much the Cowboys like Jalen Brooks. Jalen Brooks is one of these guys they drafted. So it's really going to come between. I think these are the two guys that are fighting for a spot. Because I think Mingo and Ryan Flanoy, if they're just carrying 5, I think Mingo and Ryan Flanoy will be those 5. And I think Trayshawn Holden, you may see him on the practice squad. Or it's going to be between him and Jalen Brooks. Y'all tell me what you think. But this wide receiver room is going to be crazy. They got some big decisions in this wide receiver room, and I guarantee you there are some people who are watching. Let me see here. Ron Hanna, he says, man, it's the best player at all positions, especially quarterback. Facts. Dominique said again, it's the need to want to be right, even at the expense of the team and even at the expense of Joe. That's not fair to either party. 1,000% agree. BK Cowboys fan, he said, he said, what does the Joneses say about Milton after 2 preseason games? They can't be saying that there's no way they can be saying that he's exactly what they wanted. I don't even know what Jerry talking about pinching himself. This goes to show you that Jerry is in love with attributes. Jerry is in love with attributes more than actual performance. And that's why you're bringing in, who brings in an inexperienced quarterback to take over for a championship level offense? That doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense to me. Dominique said, okay, let's get into this wide receiver. I see y'all got some wide receiver stuff. Let's get into it. Stephen White said Booth caught a bobble ball and hit the wide receiver first. Man, I'm tripping on the fact they talking about the Booth. Man, like this dude done just, on one play you make the team? We're going to get to that in a moment. Dominique said Jerry will never admit that he made a mistake on Joe Milton. He never did with Trey Lance. Dominique, did you hear what Stephen Jones said? We do it again, too. He said even after knowing what they know, he said they would still do it again. Still do it again. Bruce said, bingo, Dominique. Albert Sykes, what up? He said, praying for a word that generates chaos and the gullible fan base that believes that they hear without facts, just opinion. Yeah. Lewis Rayleigh said Jimmy created a Frankenstein-style team. He did, straight up. Jimmy was the actual monster. That's what a lot of people don't get about Frankenstein. Yeah, he was the monster. For real. Ron Hanna said, you got robbed, Jerry. Get your pick back. And you know what? If you were saying that Joe Milton is the third string quarterback and you're developing him and you got another quarterback that's better in front of him, and this ain't about Joe Milton. I'm saying even a quarterback better than doggone Will Grier. Man, they brought in Will Grier just because they knew Will Grier would agree to getting a paycheck and letting Joe Milton be getting all the reps and not compete. Man, I don't even want this dude to be a quarterback on the team, to be honest. Man, if I'd have been Will Grier, man, lose my number, bro. Lose my number. I'm not coming on no team not to compete. Lose my number, bro. I'm not putting up with stuff. Nah, man, you even call me with this stuff. Man, that's what you call Joe Flacco for. That's what you call an older quarterback for. You don't call no, unless you just saying, I'm just a career backup and I don't want to start. Stephen White, they tried to keep Trey Lance. He said no. They actually did try to keep him. Lewis Bailey, I'm in 100% agreement. I hope the first play from scrimmage is a bomb to George Pickens. Me too. Complete or not. Me too. Me too. Yes, sir. Me too. I'm with you. That's exactly that's my dream opening play for the Cowboys. Come out and just bombs away. Bombs away. Janie Scott said Jerry Jones needs to stop these glasses and stop drinking his bath water. Man, I'm telling you, Jerry be tripping. He be tripping on some stuff. And that's why I say I'll defend Jerry on certain things, but there are other things I can't defend Jerry on. And this thing with Joe Milton, I can't defend. I'm glad we got Joe Milton. But the dumb part is when you even read that article, they're saying that if something happens to Dak, Joe's the quarterback. We're going to get to the quarterback in a moment. Brandy said, Brandy, you think it's Jalen Cropper that's going to get cut or Jalen Cropper that stays? Yeah, Brandy, it's a hard decision. It's a hard decision. But I do think the top three are settled. George, Jalen, CD. I think Mingo makes the team. Turpin, we don't have to count. You have Ryan Flanoy. The question becomes, is it Brooks or is it Trayshawn Holden? Now, the shock to me would be Trayshawn Holden. The shock to me would be Trayshawn Holden. And that's not taking anything away from Trayshawn Holden. It would just be a shock to me. Hey, Bruce, don't you worry. I believe Turpin is going to get plenty of not only wide receiver play, Turpin is going to get running back play. Man, I don't even know. They might even line up doggone Cavante Turpin back there. They might even line him up at quarterback in some of the Wildcat stuff. Bro, Turpin gonna be all over the place for the Cowboys. I think that's the one place where Brian Schottenheimer sat behind Mike McCarthy and said, had I been Mike McCarthy, I would have used Cavante Turpin more. I do. You know what, Mr. Seed Starter? I was wondering the same thing. What happened to the quarterback from Houston? What happened to the quarterback from Houston? I'm wondering the same thing. I don't even see him. Let me see. He's not even on the depth chart, so they must have quietly cut him. Yeah. BK Cowboy, he said Friday game will determine between Holden and Flanoy. Man, let me tell y'all something, man. I know y'all like Trayshawn Holden. If it's between Holden and Flanoy, I'm taking Flanoy. I'm taking Flanoy. I haven't seen enough from Trayshawn Holden. I've seen that he can play. But I know Flanoy can play too. I saw this dude in the preseason last year, man, out there doing crazy work on people. And even Brian has been talking about how this dude has looked on the film. If it came down to Flanoy and Trayshawn Holden, I'd take Flanoy. For me, Flanoy is making the team. I'm making the team. I mean, Flanoy, not me. I'm not making the team, but Flanoy is making the team. Excuse me. The Big Rombowski said there will be one, maybe even two players that Jerry and Steven try to sweet talk into a practice squad contract, but will decline and bolt to another team. I'm telling you now, I don't think the Cowboys will be able to hold Trayshawn Holden. I mean, I'll be shocked if they do. I don't think they'll be able to hold, no pun intended, or maybe it is. I don't think they'll be able to hold Holden if they let him go to the practice squad. I think there may be some teams out there that may have seen some things that they say, hey, man, maybe we bring in Trayshawn Holden. Jalen Brooks. I think even if it comes down to Jalen Brooks and Trayshawn Holden, the Cowboys may take Flanoy, Jalen Brooks, Jonathan Mingo, and they roll. And they try to see if they can put Holden. They see if they can put Holden, Cropper. I'm not sure about Josh Kelly, but they try to see if they can put those two on the practice squad. So that's kind of where we are with the wide receivers. When we go over here at the defensive line, I think this is also all no-brainer stuff. This is why I'm wondering, like, where is Brian going to surprise us? Because at the end of the day, it's no shock to anybody that Tyler Guyton, Smith, BB, Booker, Steele, well, we already know they're going to make it. Nate Thomas, it's a no-brainer with Nate Thomas. Nate Thomas is making the team. He's the direct backup to Tyler Guyton. TJ Bass, making the team. Brock Hoffman, making the team. I think those are no-brainers. Now, I think where we probably got y'all tell me what you think, Christian Giron, Nick Broker, or whoever this is. I think he's good as gone. And I don't know how many of the linemen that you actually keep. Let me see here. Okay, so NFL teams normally keep around 9 to 10 offensive linemen. Okay. So we got 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think there's any way they let go of Austin Richards. I could be wrong, but I don't think they let go of Austin Richards. So the guys who I think that will either be cut or hit that practice squad, Charles Sadiq, Hakeem Adeniji, who is that? Nick Broker, Johnny Cornelius. Whoo, boy. Lyle Collins, I think, hits the practice squad. I think the Cowboys are not going to give up on Lyle Collins. I think the Cowboys are going to continue to try to work Lyle Collins just in case they need him, in case you need to break the glass. I think they're going to keep him. I really do think they are going to keep him. All right, I'm looking at something over here on the Bleacher Report. Okay, so I'm looking at the anatomy of an NFL 53-man roster. So again, they said wide receivers, you keep 6. So I think the Cowboys will have their 6 again with the ones we picked: Pickens, Tolbert, Lamb, Mingo. We don't have to count Turpin. Flanoy, that's 5. It comes down to Jalen Brooks or Trayshawn Holden. The surprise to me would be Trayshawn Holden. That would be the shock. But I'm expecting the Cowboys, if I got to pick, I'm expecting again, Cowboys go with, the Cowboys might not go with Jalen Brooks because maybe they say with Jalen Brooks, they've seen all they need to see. Jalen Brooks has been around for a while, so we'll see. But for me, the shock is Trayshawn Holden. The Trayshawn Holden is the shock. So again, when we come to the offensive linemen, if you're keeping 9, these are my 9. Y'all tell me what you think. Anybody see anything different? Stephen White said, yep, bullseye on Flanoy. Stephen White said better than Tolbert. Don't say that with Lisa Worley. Brandy said, I want to keep Holden. I think Holden is the shock. If anybody's is the shock, it's Holden to me. Lewis Bailey said, it's bad when you have to say who the hell is Josh Kelly. I think I've seen him out there maybe a couple of times. But yeah, man. My man Chanel always telling the truth. He said Flanoy has been on this team for a minute, can't create separation. That's not a good thing. The thing Mingo offers is a big body. Yes, for sure. And Mingo knows how to keep DBs out. Yeah. I think they like Flanoy too, though, Chanel. I mean, you just heard the way Brian was talking about him. Brian was actually talking separation on him. Yeah, he was talking separation on him. Rombowski, he said, you're too hurt in the secondary, too many linebackers. Marks not to have to sacrifice spots on the offense. Oh, yeah, might have to sacrifice spots on the offense. Okay, we'll get over there on the defense in a minute. We'll check that out. BK Cowboy, he said Holden. Yeah. Brandy, I said Flournoy last year. I thought he was Baby Dez. But, hey, maybe they got to give him a little bit more of a chance. Uh-oh. Terrence, we're going to get to Hunter Lipke. We're going to get to Hunter Lipke. Hunter Lipke is a good player, but the Cowboys don't know how to use him. They don't. Chanel said, Holden will make the team. I told you, G, that 007 was not guilty and is not playing for Cleveland. Huge loss not picking him up. Yeah, man, Holden, I think they might like him. Yeah. Okay, now playing for Cleveland. Yeah, you talking about Huntley? Yeah, I think they like Holden. For me, Holden is maybe the surprise player that I could see that I could see him talking about. I could see him as the surprise player. Okay, let's look at the tight ends next. I don't think they carry many tight ends, right? 2 or 3. Okay, let's see. Quarterbacks to wide receivers. Tight ends. Okay, I was thinking 3. All right, so tight ends. See, the Cowboys, because they're typically for the Cowboys, their first and second strings are locks. So the only thing that you're really looking at with the Cowboys a lot of times, the only thing you're truly looking at is the third position. You know, the third position, or you're only looking at the sixth position, because a lot of the Cowboys' pecking order seems to be locked up. Because, again, if you're thinking about tight ends, well, okay, you got Jake Ferguson. He'll be number 1. The question is, I believe, and I don't think the Cowboys are giving up on Luke Schoonmaker. I don't think they're giving up on Schoonmaker. Now, I'll tell you what's crazy. Let's kind of get back here with these guys. A lot of these guys, we can go ahead and start marking them off. These guys like Fairweather. Let me see. I could see Fairweather and or Tyler Neville, who people, for whatever reason, thought he was going to be this, that, and the other. We didn't see anything from Tyler Neville. We didn't see anything from him. Practice squad. I think Princeton Fant may be a problem. I think Fant is going to be a problem for Brevin Spanford. I think he's a problem for Brevin Spanford. I don't think the Cowboys are ready to give up on Schoonmaker. I don't. I think the Cowboys gave up. They got a second-round pick on Schoonmaker. And whether we like it, love it, or hate it, the Cowboys just don't seem to want to give up on some of these high draft picks. And people don't have to agree. There's this big cry out there right now for Mozzie. But I do say that Mozzie improved under Zimmer. But it looks like we're going back to a Dan Quinn style of defense. And I just don't know if Mozzie can be successful in that. And I think that sometimes people have to accept, and they don't want to accept it on this team. I'm telling you, we fall in love with players. The fan base falls in love with players. We just may have to admit, man, Mozzie may need to go play somewhere else. Mozzie may fit in better somewhere else. That's not a knock on Mozzie. But if we're going back to what we were with Dan Quinn, this may not fit Mozzie. And I'm saying all that because Schoonmaker, second-round draft pick. The shock to me, if you're talking about shocking moves, would be the Cowboys releasing Schoonmaker. That's a shocking move. I don't think they're going to do it, though. I think Schoonmaker is going to be the second tight end. And I think the real battle is between Princeton Fant and Brevin Spanford. And it seems to me, kind of looking at some of the film and some of the things that Princeton Fant has done in the preseason, Princeton Fant may very well be more of an asset. I think he catches the ball better. Y'all tell me what you think. I think he catches the ball better. I think he's a better pass catcher than Brevin Spanford. And so I think the Cowboys are going to keep Princeton Fant. We're going to see. I think the shock is Schoonmaker. But if I'm a betting man, Brevin Spanford may be the one to get gone. Y'all tell me what you think. Brandy said he's a fullback on Hunter Lipke. He can be used as a tight end. I just don't think the Cowboys can. I don't think they can figure out how to use him. I don't. The Big Rumbowski said these young OCs and offensive head coaches see the quarterback making off play 10 against 11 out on the field. So that's why the fullback is a lost position. It is. It is. It's the very reason why it is. All you see is these new offenses playing single back. That's all you see from all of them is single back. The fullback, it was one of the greatest successes of the Cowboys. And a lot of people don't give Daryl Johnston a lot of credit. But I don't think Emmitt Smith, similar to how Michael Jordan isn't Michael Jordan. It's not that Michael Jordan wouldn't still probably be the best player in the world, but Michael Jordan isn't Michael Jordan without Scottie Pippen. Scottie Pippen changed Jordan's game. Jordan was able to dominate because Pippen was that good. That's how Jordan was able to dominate on such a great level. And so maybe the Cowboys need to look at incorporating some fullback into. But I just wonder though. I'm not sure if Hunter Lipke, and y'all tell me what y'all think. I'm not sure Hunter Lipke is nowhere near as good of a blocker as a Daryl Johnston is. When I think of Lipke, I don't think of blockers. Yeah, for sure, BK. Yeah, that's why we doing kind of like our little pre-thing to kind of see if we're going to be right or wrong. We're going to come back and compare this afterwards. Ron Hanna said he would favor Holden over Brooks. Yeah. I said, they've already seen Brooks, and that's why the shocker for me would be Holden. Because I think they like Holden in some universe. Brandy said, Miss Matthews, I heard that when we got Hyman, I was like not even close. Okay, give me some clarity on that. Lisa said, lovely movie on Netflix about the Cowboys. If you don't know nothing about Jerry Jones, you need to go watch the movie and you will see why he's the way he is. Lisa, I totally agree. And I think you either walk away not liking him or you walk away liking him. Or you just walk away and saying, okay, Jerry is what he is. I mean, you just walk away and say he is what he is. Oh, man. Yes, boy. Cleveland has you said, I hope Cleveland has no room for Isaiah Bond. That's what you calling 007. I got you. I love 007 Bond, and these women need to leave these players alone trying to set him up. And they dismissed without prejudice, too. If I'm not mistaken, Cleveland signed him to a very nice deal. He ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. Uncle Charles said, let's talk Cowboys. Jerry's been this way for a long time. Yep. You can't help these people. He think that he's going to live forever. We'll see what God said about that. Man, I think Jerry's somewhere right now trying to figure out how to live forever. Oh, David Palmer. He said Tolbert is average at best. Well, you know what? David, I'm going to tell you why I agree with you. As a receiver, I think he's average. His speed isn't average. That's the issue. His speed isn't average. And that's why Brian is going to use Jalen Tolbert. I mean, he's going to use Kavontae Turpin a lot. His speed isn't average. All you need to do with Kavontae Turpin, you don't even have to get him down the field. Get him in open space. You get him in open space, he'll outrun everybody. And that's what they're going to do with Kavontae Turpin. Yeah, he's an average wide receiver. I give it to you. Don't have average speed. Above, and way above average speed. He does. BK Cowboy said Cropper is done as long as Holden gets throws this way. His way on Friday. Boy, that's going to be. Hallelujah. He said Flournoy's a lock. I think he is too. I think Flournoy is a lock. My sister, Miss Matrix, what's going on? Wide receiver room stacked. I agree. She said kind of hard to be excited, fully thinking they'll pass every down. Yeah, the Cowboys are going to be a passing team. We might as well get ready. We might as well get ready. 28 New York Juan, what up? He said cut Brooks. You know what? Because that's what I was kind of thinking, man. When you think about Brooks, the reason why you might take Holden over Brooks is because when you look at Holden, you may say he's got an upside, and with Brooks, you may say we've been here and done this for too long. Been here and done this for too long. We're willing to lose him. Lewis Bailey said Flournoy is phenomenal in the preseason. That's kind of what Broadus was saying. Broadus was saying the same thing. Stephen White, Flournoy gets separation. He was saying the same thing. All right. Oddball JC, he said, yeah. He said Flournoy a beast. Yeah. Yep. Alfredo said Flournoy may go to the injured list. I don't know. Is he injured? Corey, I'm telling you, I agree with you. Trayshawn, if the Cowboys try to let it meant shoot. I wish Cowboys would try to let, and I think they're gonna attempt it too. And I think Trayshawn Holden will wind up somewhere else. Bama boy, what's good? Good to see you. Brandy said, I've never seen Javonte play. How is he running back one? Let me tell you how he's running back one. Okay, let me see. Let's get to our next position. Okay, let's do quarterback first. Okay, so I saw something out there the other day that I think is very interesting. Now, you can keep 2 quarterbacks and an emergency quarterback. And I'm going to be honest with you. This thing with Joe Milton and Will Grier is very irresponsible. This only works if Dak Prescott stays healthy. I'm going to tell you what the shocker will be. And I say it's going to be a shocker, but it's not. But it should be a shocker. That I think the Cowboys are going to try to finesse us. And I think all they're trying to do is get Joe Milton to have just a, and I don't even know if it's a good game. Just an all right game. They want him just to have an all right game so they can justify him being the number 2 quarterback. But if he really goes out there and lays an egg, I do believe that Will Grier will start out as the number 2 quarterback. I think Will Grier will start out as the number 2 quarterback. I think Joe Milton will be the emergency quarterback temporarily. I think temporarily he's the emergency quarterback. And then we'll see what happens after that. But I think that's where they are. Now, I do believe that the Cowboys should maybe start thinking about, is either one of these quarterbacks good enough to be the backup? That if if something were, do you trust either one of them, depending upon the length of the injury? Now, if you're thinking short, I guess it is what it is. Will Grier, maybe Joe, depending upon what you install, could maybe carry. But if you're talking about more than 2 games, it's irresponsible. And I'll be honest with you, I would even be more comfortable if the Cowboys went and got Ryan Tannehill. Go get Ryan Tannehill and let Grier and let Milton be the emergency quarterback and let him continue to develop. That's what I would like to see. But again, we're going to see how this turns out. I think this thing with the quarterbacks is absolutely crazy. Okay, now the question becomes, how many running backs do the Cowboys carry? Most teams carry 4 running backs. 4 running backs. And so people are really starting to question the thing about Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams. Do they both make the team? Do they both make the team? All right, let me see. Let me get some. I got some tight end stuff talk. Schoonji says Ferg and Schoon is who you keep. Stephen White says Hunter is a football player, plays everything. Problem is, with him being a master or a jack of all trades. He's a master of none, and they don't know how to use him. I just don't think they know how to use him. Hallelujah. He says Ferg, Schoon, and JSJ. John Stevens Jr. Gotcha. Okay, John Stevens. Okay. Yeah, they signed Isaiah Bond to a nice deal, too. They really did. They know what he is. They signed him to a very nice deal. BK Cowboy said Ferguson, Span, Fairweather. Okay. Brevin Spanford and Fairweather. Okay. Terrence said Schoon was more productive because he gets more targets. He wasn't all world, but he was serviceable. And don't forget, number 2 draft pick. Number 2 draft pick. You're right, Bama boy, talking about divorce. People do reconcile. Facts. Uh-oh. Demir Lington. Wait. Dame Arlington. Got you. Dame Arlington says, trade Mozzie and Tolbert. Uh-oh. We'll talk about that in a moment. Hallelujah said he been out on Lipke. Problem is they don't know how to use Lipke. I think that's the problem. They don't know how to use him. Same thing with Deuce Vaughn. Don't know how to use him. Don't know how to use him. Just don't know how to use him. Uh-oh. Alfredo, we ain't even finna go here. Jordan was the second greatest player in the world. Ooh. You know we ain't going there. All right. Worst. Yeah, and Bama, I don't think he makes it. I don't think he makes it to the practice squad. Big Rombowski, I think the Cowboys will keep us in suspense. Okay, when you're talking about next Monday, let's see what we're talking about. Because I would not be surprised if the Cowboys didn't wait until, I'm not sure when the cuts need to be done, but it won't surprise me. They're gonna hold off on it as long as they can. Which, in the grand scheme of things, I think it's pretty much settled, with the exception of maybe a couple of these positions. I think it's all but oh, I didn't know Flournoy had a PCL. I thought that was Jonathan Mingo. Thought that was Mingo with the PCL thing. Flournoy is actually playing this week, I thought. Okay, so Flournoy has a PCL injury too? I thought it was Mingo with the PCL. Y'all sure? Mingo and Flournoy? Oh, well, we already know then. At least for the time being, you ain't got no choice but to go with Trayshawn Holden. They'll probably keep Trayshawn Holden and Jalen Brooks. They'll probably put those two guys on IR, and then they'll probably decide after IR. Shoot. What happened? Did this happen in practice? Cowboys getting tore up out there, man. Ron Hanna, this is where I am. We need to look at a true backup quarterback. We do. Yeah, I tell you what, Chanel, if they put him on the practice squad, that deal they gave him is crazy. Yeah, they gave him a crazy deal. They gave him a deal between a first and a third round pick. I was looking at it the other day. They've already paid that boy. Okay, BK Cowboy fan, Flournoy is not injured right now. Okay, I was about to say, I didn't think Flournoy was hurt. Terrence said, I repeat, all things being equal, the NFC East might be hell to come out of alive. The Giants will be competitive, but I don't know. Yeah, it's going to be way more competitive than in years past. I mean, I think we're back to the 90s, bro. I think we're back to the 90s. The NFC East, they used to beat each other up, man, coming up out of there. It wouldn't shock you to have 3 teams back in the day coming out of there, boy. Boy, we were crazy with it in the NFC East. Okay, I thought it was just Mingo. All right. So let's go to running back again. We were talking about running back. This thing with Javonte, this is a mystery to me. This thing with Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders. Early on, it looked like Miles Sanders was the shoe-in to be the number one back. He was looking great. He got whatever hamstring injury, whatever he got, and then we don't know about him. I'll tell you this part. I know who is making the team. The Cowboys are not getting rid of Jaden Blue. They are not getting rid of Jaden Blue. I believe Jaden Blue makes the squad. I'm going to tell you who else I think makes the squad. He's played way too good. Phil Maffa makes the squad. The two that they drafted are making the squad. The question is, are you going with Miles Sanders? Do you let Miles Sanders and Javonte Smith both round out the running back room? I'll tell you who I think is out. I know this may hurt some of you guys' feelings. Let's see if I can move this. So there we go. Let me tell you what's going to hurt you guys' feelings. I'm going to tell you right now. This one is probably not going to hurt your feelings. And I think what they're going to try to do with Malik Davis, practice squad. I think Malik Davis goes to the practice squad. Deuce Vaughn, he out of here. The shocker for me, they keep Deuce Vaughn. That's the shock for me. Deuce Vaughn to me would be a shock. I would not be surprised if the Cowboys actually either go with both of these running backs, as in Miles Sanders. I think they may go with both of them, or the Cowboys may reserve the right to see what shakes down after the cuts. There's an issue going on out there in Washington. Forgot the running back out there in Washington that is wanting to get out of there. The Washington running back they're having some issues. I forgot the name of the running back, but he's wanting to get out of there. Is it Brian Robinson Jr.? Said they're looking to move on from Brian Robinson Jr. So you never know. The Cowboys may actually say, okay, we'll keep Jaden Blue, Phil Maffa, and then maybe Javonte Williams or either Miles Sanders, and then maybe they go out and get somebody outside. So I want to see what starts happening after everybody starts shaking players. But I can tell you, I think as far as these running backs go, they ain't letting Jaden Blue. They're not letting Jaden Blue or Phil Maffa out this joint. They are not letting them boys go. They're not. Let me get down to the running backs here. All right, let's see here. Lisa Worley, yes. Yes, hold on. Let me go to my man Chanel. Let me see. Dak fan for life. Appreciate you. He said Ryan Flanoy is dealing with a knee issue, but he does not have a PCL injury. He's expected to play this week. Okay. Appreciate you, Dak fan for life. Chanel, he said the Nigerian Nightmare makes this team. Boy, I think he going to be a beast. Lisa Worley, yep. Phil Maffa making the squad. I believe it. Lisa Worley, Deuce Vaughn, I think he's out of here. That's what I'm saying. She didn't say it. Mr. 1972, he said keep Smith, Maffa, and Blue. Yeah, I think they may be the three, and if they keep four, they'll either do Miles Sanders, and I'm not going to be surprised if they do keep Javonte and Miles Sanders. I'm not going to be surprised. And the reason why I'm not going to be surprised is that I think Miles Sanders, if you let this dude loose on Quack Euphoria here, 5890, I think if we let Miles Sanders loose on the Philadelphia Eagles on that Thursday night, he said, fly, Eagles, fly, we're going to ground them Eagles. I'm telling you, we're going to ground them Eagles. I think Miles Sanders is out for blood. Lisa said, I think they're going to keep Malik Davis. Yeah, I think they're going to put him on the practice squad. Yeah, I think they're going to put him on the practice squad. BK Cowboys, I'm with you, but he said bye Deuce. Yeah. I'm thinking the Cowboys again. Bama boy Brian Robinson. He's my Bama boy. Hey man. Hey, I think if the Cowboys can get him, they may attempt to do it. Yeah, I think if they can do it, they may attempt to do it. BK Cowboys saying Robinson could potentially come to Dallas. Yeah, they're gonna cut him. I think they're trying to trade him, but nobody. I think they can. I don't think they can find anybody to trade with, so they may be cutting him. We'll see. Yeah, I remember him. He came back from being shot. Okay, I remember him now. Oh man, shoot, where Nisi at? Man, if he got shot and he came back, he a perfect candidate for the Cowboys. Boy, if he got shot and came back, boy, he a perfect candidate for the Cowboys. He a perfect candidate for the Cowboys. He perfect, man. So I'm hoping that the Cowboys, maybe they all looking, man, boy, he hit that open field. I mean, he hit that open market out there. Shoot, man, the Cowboys ought to think about him. Brian Robinson, they say he's hurt. I'd still bring him in. I'd bring that joker in and see what the real deal is on him. But I think that's where the Cowboys are on offense. We'll see how that goes. And man, I'm telling y'all, this thing with Hunter Lipke, I don't know what to say about it. This is a mystery to me. Hunter Lipke is a mystery to me, guys. I'm just telling you. Just being honest. The Cowboys just don't know how to use this dude. They just don't know how to use him. So what would be the point in keeping him? Dak fan for life. He said Deuce is out of here. I agree. I believe he's out of here, man. Yeah, Deuce is out of here. I believe Deuce is out of here. All right, Stephen White. He said Fish said Blue will practice. Yeah, I think they're trying to get Blue on that field, man. I think they want to get Blue on that field before they make these roster cuts. But it don't matter because he's going to be here. There's no way you're cutting Blue. All right, let's run through the Cowboys defense real quick, and then we'll get out of here for tonight, man. I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Hope you appreciate the content. Make sure you hit that like button if you like the content. Subscribe. Make sure you hit that notification bell so you'll know the next time we post another video or go live. And for those of you who do not know, we do Cowboys After Dark here. We talking starting at midnight. And we're going to really do more of that as the season goes. All right, so let's get into this Cowboys. Let me tell y'all something. There are two areas to me that if the Cowboys wanted to improve this team, there are two areas where I believe the Cowboys could utilize to better the team. One of those is wide receiver. The Cowboys could maybe try to deal one or two of those wide receivers with what they have. I think they could wheel and deal if they wanted to at defensive end and maybe even at linebacker if push came to shove. But when you start talking about the Cowboys defense, boy, you want to talk about somebody who is full of edge rushers. Cowboys are full of edge rushers. I don't know if there's a team in the league that got more edge rushers than the Cowboys. All right, let's pull up here and see if they got. Okay, we got wide receivers, tight ends, some linemen. Okay, so defensive linemen in a 4-3 defense, you typically carry 9. I think the defensive line for the Cowboys is a no-brainer. I don't even think you have to. There is no guesswork. Nealon, Osa, Thomas, Parsons, Easy, Fowler, Sam, Toya. Now, let me tell you why the Cowboys got a problem here. If you just look at what I just gave you, well, these are the usual suspects. These are the usual suspects. You expect all of these people to make it. And if you're only doing 9, well, you already know who's getting cut. If you're doing 9, you already know who's getting cut. We got this without even barely looking at it. And I'm going to come back here and I'm going to double back for a reason. I cannot get a square on it. I'll leave a circle. All right. Sam Williams. Jay Toya. You don't have no choice but for Jay Toya to make it, guys. Do y'all realize that? We don't have no choice on Jay Toya. All right. So, just doing what we just did. The Cowboys on defense. You already got 8 linemen. So the question becomes, y'all don't get upset. But I'm gonna tell you what Brian Broaddus said. Brian Broaddus said, and he got some pushback on it, but Brian Broaddus said any other team wouldn't keep Mazi Smith. He said any other team would have already given up on Mazi Smith. So these are your problems. Because these players right here, they can be legitimate, and I mean legitimate contributors. I'm going to put the question marks by these. I think on these other ones. Oh, wait. Ernest Brown. Don't even know who the heck that is. Denzel Daxon. Don't even know who the heck that is. Those are easy. Tyrus Wheat. Practice squad, maybe. The question becomes, Perrion Winfrey. Perrion Winfrey has looked good. Serious, Perrion Winfrey has looked good. Perrion Winfrey has looked good. Mazi Smith. I don't think the Cowboys are going to give up on Mazi Smith. But if we say it's going to be Mazi Smith, and I'll underline it. Whoops. If we're saying that it's going to be Mazi, then that means that it's everything outside of Mazi. It's everything outside of Mazi that's going to be gone. That don't give you much of anything to choose from. It don't. That means you got to let go of Perrion Winfrey. Let me tell you, if I were the Cowboys, I would not let go of James Houston. If I were the Cowboys, I would not let go of James Houston. I would not do it. This dude, James Houston, I'm telling us James Houston can play. James Houston can play. Tommy Aking Basadi, probably a practice squad dude. I'm telling us, though, man, this dude, James Houston can play. Okay, Denzel Daxon. Well, when I say I don't even know who he is, I know what he is. I just don't know who he is, as in I've heard nobody talking about it. I've heard nobody talking about Denzel Daxon. I definitely don't think Denzel Daxon makes it. Not over Perrion Winfrey. I don't think he makes it over Winfrey. I don't. But I tell you this, I'm not letting go of James Houston. Not me. I don't know what the Cowboys going to do. I'm not letting go of James Houston. That dude can play, man. The only thing that slowed that dude down was his foot. I'm not letting go of James Houston. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. And I'm telling you, if the Cowboys try and slip a guy like James Houston on the practice squad, he ain't going to make it. He ain't going to make it on that practice squad. Anybody who knows this dude is, they are not going to trade this dude. I mean, they're not going to let this dude hit the Cowboys practice squad. Unfortunately, I think Peyton Turner is going to be a casualty. I think the Cowboys may try to keep Perion Winfrey. Maybe they'll try to keep him on the practice squad. Don't know if they'll be successful. But you cannot let go of James Houston. You can't let him go. If I'm the Cowboys, I would even try to slip Perion Winfrey. I think Perion Winfrey is worth keeping with the Cowboys if you can. Keep him on the practice squad. Keep him working. Man, these linemen, they drop like flies sometimes. I would keep Perion Winfrey just in case. I think the Cowboys also, and I think what'll really make this interesting, I think the Cowboys really need to consider getting a one tech. I really think, and I think they are considering it, but I really think they need to really seriously consider it. Seriously consider it. And if they do decide to get rid of Mozzie, get someone better. And I think if the Cowboys got rid of Mozzie Smith, I know some people don't like, because there's been this cry online for Mozzie Smith lately. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm just saying that's what it's been. But you just have to admit, it's not that Mozzie can't play. Mozzie can play. But you may possibly be able to, and I say, when you're talking about one tech, I mean, Jay Toya is challenging him as a rookie for one tech snaps. You should seriously consider seeing what's out there at one tech, and maybe you don't just settle for what you have. You see if there is somebody out there that if there's a very good one tech out there, you bring him in. And then you really decide what you're going to do with Mozzie. Maybe, and I know some people won't like this, maybe you don't cut Mozzie. Maybe you trade Mozzie. Maybe you don't trade him. Maybe you cut him. And I'll tell you somebody else that if the Cowboys were really considering trying to get a one tech, you got to look at this as the place on your roster where you have so much depth that you could keep some guys and say, well, we're going to just work with them, and let's see if we can trade this guy to get some more, to maybe get a position that we want. I know some people ain't going to like it. Maybe you consider Sam Williams. I'm not sure what kind of draft stock Sam Williams would have, but maybe you look at Sam Williams. Maybe you look at, I'm just saying, because I seriously believe we need a one tech. And I mean, we need a real one tech. Boy, let me tell you something, Marlon Dillard. Boy, you just said something. Let me put this up here. Boy, you just said something right here. Trade Mozzie to his old college coach, Jim Harbaugh. Woo! Perfect trade candidate, man. Perfect trade partner. For real. Perfect trade partner. Look and see if there's somebody. Look and see if there's somebody on the Chargers team. Look and see if there's somebody you could trade for Mozzie. Guys, again, this ain't about Mozzie not being able to play. But I do think we're all kind of in agreement. He's maybe not the one tech that you're looking for. But hey, some people are now, they're screaming that Mozzie is. Some people are saying that he is. But I can tell you this. I don't think the Cowboys are saying he is. I don't think the Cowboys are saying he is. I know people are out there doing some good film work on Mozzie Smith. I applaud what they're doing. But these guys who do this for a living, I'm sorry, I'm just telling you the truth. This is no knock on these guys. But I am telling you, these people who do this for a living, they're better than anybody out here on this, anybody out here on this social media. They're better. They're better. I'm just telling you. This is what these guys do for a living. They're better. And they're looking for things that people like us, don't look for. They're looking for things that we're not looking for, and they know. BK Cowboy, that's what I was saying. Look and see what they have. Maybe they have something that you like. In particular, what I would be looking for is a one tech. Thinking that Will Hernandez is not healthy yet. And even if you're not looking there, let's say you're not looking for defensive tackle. Maybe you're not looking for defensive tackle. Maybe you're looking for cornerback. But I do think the Cowboys have to continue to find ways to improve all the way around. Now, again, I'm just saying this as ideas. Because I do think at the end of the day, Matt Eberflus may say that Mozzie is exactly where he wants him, the exact size that he wants him. Can he get up the field, and can the linebacker play behind him be stellar? And if those things can work out the way Flus wants it to, then okay, Mozzie's good to go. But I'm saying, in the grand scheme of things, and let's just say for the sake of argument that Mozzie is you're keeping Mozzie. Well, you're not making many decisions. There's no decisions to make on the defensive line. You know you're keeping Nealon. You know you're keeping Osa. You know you're keeping Solomon Thomas. You know you're keeping Micah Parsons. That's 4. Ezra Raku, 5. Mozzie Smith, 6. Dante Fowler, 7. Sam Williams, 8. Jay Toya, 9. There's not a whole lot to decide to me. Winfrey, odd man out. Tyrus Wheat, odd man out. Ernest Brown, odd man out. James Houston, unfortunately, odd man out. Denzel Daxon, Tommy Akingbasadi, Peyton Turner, all out. And it would be in the Cowboys' best interest even to keep maybe even Peyton Turner. He's an edge setter. Cowboys got some decisions to make. I'm very interested to know what they're going to do with these defensive ends, because that's where they have all the depth. And then, of course, when we look at the linebacker position, we don't even have to think about DeMarion Overshown, even though he's on IR or whatever. We already know he's one of them. So we know we're rolling with him. Kenneth Murray Jr., you know you're rolling with him. They haven't even let him play in the preseason. You know you're rolling with Maurice. You know you're rolling with Jack Sanborn. You see how many linebackers they typically carry. So you typically carry 7 linebackers. Shamar James, you already know the Cowboys, they actually picked this dude and they moved up. They traded up to get him. Damone Clark looked extremely good last game. So that's 6. So at the end of the day, the only thing you're deciding between, let me see if I can move this. The only thing you're deciding between are Buddy Johnson and Darius Harris. I think one or two of them may be practice squad. I'm going to tell you somebody that a lot of people are big on, and it's this dude, Justin Barron. I believe those are your 7 linebackers. Yeah, Justin Barron is making it. I believe Justin Barron, just based on things people have been saying about Justin Barron is going to be somebody I think you hear about from the Cowboys in the future. So you got Overshown, Kenneth Murray, Maurice, Jack Sanborn, Shamar James, Damone Clark, Barron Justin. I think that is a no-brainer list for their linebackers. Y'all tell me what you think. I think it's pretty simple. Hallelujah. I think one of the things they're going to try to do is slip a lot of these people on the practice squad. Big Rombowski, man, don't you say this on X. There is a mob forming behind Mozzie Smith. Big Rombowski said Mozzie's not performed well enough to hold any trade value. Yeah, I know. Or at least that's what the perception is. That's what a lot of, I think that's what some people will tell you. Brian has said it too. Broadus has said it. He said he hadn't played well. Why would any team give up anything of value for Mozzie when they know just getting a call means Dallas is about to cut him? Well, Harbaugh, he did used to play for Harbaugh. Maybe Harbaugh would give in. Have a soft spot for him. Uh-oh. Chanel says y'all might be mad about this, but Trey Hendrickson is a better defensive end than Micah trying to play defensive end. Micah was drafted on draft day as a linebacker, not a defensive end. I believe he should try to practice both. I think that's what you mean. Oof. Now, let's dissect this very carefully. He said he's a better defensive end. He's saying as in pure defensive end. I get exactly what you're saying, Chanel. Because the reality is Micah Parsons, we're not really calling him a defensive end as much as we're calling him a pass rusher. That's what we're calling him. But, boy, Trey Henderson, I'm telling you, if he was on 35 sacks in 2 seasons is nothing to sniff at. I don't care what anyone says. Boy, that is nothing to sniff at. Ron Hanna, he said the Chargers trade idea is perfect for both of us, but something tells me they're not ready to give up on him. They're not. I don't think they're ready to give up on him. I don't. Okay, why do y'all keep saying Miss Matrix am I missing it? What the world's going on? Okay, there it is. Okay, I keep missing you. Miss Matrix, he said, okay, I see nobody has answered. Okay, what's the question again? She said, so we just want our guys out there. No real quantifiable benefit. Got it. Okay, Miss Matrix, ask the question again. I said, I must be missing you or something. I keep seeing your name. Okay, here it is. My sister says, I'll ask again. Most teams play starters at least a series or so in the preseason. Said Kyler played an entire half. Is there some stats showing a Super Bowl is more likely if starters play? No, I hadn't even heard that. But I'll tell you this, Miss Matrix. I really would have liked Dak Prescott. This game right here, to me, I think one of the holdups for the Cowboys is this. You don't have Tyler Guyton. And I don't think the Cowboys are ready to risk Dak Prescott being behind Nate Thomas. I think that may be why, could be a part of the why they didn't let Dak at least play the second game. But no way he was playing the third. And then the way we saw the way they were out there throwing Joe Burrow around, ain't no way. Okay, you said Daxon gets the international exemption. Okay. He's here regardless. Okay, I see you on that. He's the international exemption. Okay, I see you on that. All right. But again, I think this is it for the linebackers, guys. I don't think there's nothing else on them. It is probably the most straightforward thing they're going to do. But I'm just telling you on this James Houston thing. I got to figure out a way to keep James Houston. I got to figure out a way to keep this dude. Ed Moon, he said he won't make the practice squad. Man, I'm sorry. I got to figure out a way to keep this dude. I do, man. I got to find a way to keep him. And he's flashing again. He's flashing and looking like he looked in his first season before he got that foot injury. Man, I got to keep James Houston. Chanel said maybe Eber can train Mozzie to play middle linebacker. Other than that, he holds no value for the Cowboys. No one will take Mozzie in a trade unless you fool a team into giving up a fifth. I would actually be trying to get a player. Uh-oh, Bobby Murphy, don't you say this too loud. Bobby Murphy said trade Michael. He's not worth $42 million. Don't you say that too loud in some circles. Stephen White, he said, good night, y'all. I appreciate you rocking with us. We're getting ready to head out in just a moment. Super Watcher, he said, so Joe Milton was used as a healthy scratch. Okay, give me some clarity on that one. BK, I'll tell you, that's what I would have just had him out there handing the ball off. I don't give a doggone. I'd have had him handing the ball off. Rombowski, you're right. You've been screaming this for months. Hendrickson says, I found your channel. Yes, sir. Rumbowski been screaming for Trey Hendrickson. Been screaming for him. All right, let's see here. Let's get these last couple of positions done and get out of here for the night. I do think this linebacker thing, it's the easiest one of them all. I think where the problem for the Cowboys really start, I think where the problem is for the Cowboys is the cornerback position. You know Trayvon Diggs will eventually be here. Now, boy, they talking crazy about Trayvon Diggs. Man, they talking about Trayvon Diggs is trying to come at the beginning of the season. We're going to see. But I think Trayvon Diggs is kind of a no-brainer. Deron Bland, no-brainer. Kyer Elam, no-brainer. Savon Revel Jr., no-brainer, even though him and Trayvon Diggs are not going to start out. It's a crying shame when Booth can be torched. Booth can actually be torched all last season, all through training camp, and then and even in the first game didn't look good, and makes an interception and returns it like Dion. That we're actually saying that this man is probably, we're actually saying that this man gonna make the team, because that's exactly what everybody's saying. So again, you got these no-brainers. These are all no-brainers to me. And that's why I say when you really start looking at the Cowboys sometimes, because the way they have done things, you're really only talking about a few players that you're making decisions on. Let me see here. How many cornerbacks? What do you think? I think you keep about maybe 6 defensive backs. Okay. Keep 10. All right. So if you're talking about 10 defensive backs, man, I'll be 100% honest with you. Man, I don't even think the Cowboys, you know what, though? That is probably, if I'm not mistaken, defensive backs. Let me make sure. I bet that's including safeties. Yeah, that's including the safeties, too. Yeah, that's including the safeties. So they said 10. So I would imagine if you're talking about carrying 10, you're probably going to carry maybe 5 to 6 cornerbacks, 4 safeties. So if you're talking about cornerbacks, those are your 4. We are so terrible at cornerback, man. It is crazy to me. But Matthew Christian, Robert Rochelle, probably practice squad. Michael O.J. Mudia. I really don't know what the Cowboys are going to do with him. Practice squad, they're going to see what he can do. I wouldn't be surprised. Practice squad. Troy Pride, I've heard his name some. But I do think the Cowboys like Booth. And I think they like Carson. I don't see Butler on here. Maybe I'm missing it. Okay, I see nickelbacks. Man. Okay, this is going to be a little bit more difficult here, because I know that Israel Mukwamu is going to be on the team. It sounds like Zion Childress is going to make the team. And so there you go with Josh Butler. And I'm not sure, somewhere we may be off here. I may be off because maybe they keep 10 defensive backs and cornerbacks, because I do believe when you talk about the safeties, we could just make one square. Those are the cornerbacks. I mean, the safeties. Malik Hooker, Donovan Wilson, Marquise Bell, Wanye Thomas. They're here to stay. They're here to stay. And so I think that's where we are in the secondary. I do think the issue with the secondary is, though, the Cowboys really need to see who shakes down. And the Cowboys may actually need to bring in about 2 or 3 cornerbacks that they can maybe replace these cornerbacks with. Man, I'm still bringing in Stephon Gilmore if I'm the Cowboys. I'm not keeping Booth, even though I think the Cowboys are. I'm not sold on Kalen Carson. I think the Cowboys are going to keep him. Josh Butler, the Cowboys are going to keep him. So again, boy, our cornerback room to me is Shaky. I think the cornerback room is shaky. Y'all tell me what you think. I think that thing is shaky. Woo! Shaky, shaky, shaky. Okay, let me see what you said about my man Bama Boy said Milton is not sitting his feet. Utilize your check downs. Bama Boy. I'm telling you about this. I'm telling you about Joe Milton. I just don't think Joe Milton at this point. You can't teach touch in one game. You can't teach touch in one game. That is something that you literally need an entire offseason to perfect. Even if you do it one game, it would not be good enough because I would need to see it another game and another game and another game. Because the issue is that he's no longer going to get the in-game reps. Joe Milton, people just need to accept or at least consider the possibility. Maybe he can't play corner. Maybe he can't play quarterback. Maybe he can't play it. We'll see. Let's pray Dak Prescott stays healthy. And then we just resume this conversation next spring. But we need Dak to stay healthy. That's just the bottom line. We need him to stay healthy. Superwatcher said they used Joe to take on his hits that they knew the O-line was going to give up, almost like a pawn. Oh, man. Boy, Dallas Mob said, I like Childress. I think he makes the team. D said 5 starters, 5 backups. Yeah. I think we need to think about upgrading our cornerback room. Hallelujah said all of our defensive backs, D's are done for. Man, I'm serious, bro. We need to really look at upgrading that room. Henry Williams, I'd love to bring in DJ Reader, but I think the Detroit Lions need him because of an injury. I want them to bring in Gilly, and I would love for them to bring in Samuel Jr. The pedigree is there. I'd love to bring him in. Mr. BK Cowboy fan, he said after 30 years, we need a, yeah. I get where you're about to go there. Hallelujah said he is over Dono. He said he is over. He said he's over him. Mountain Man said rosters like Swiss cheese full of holes. Man, let me tell you something. We're gonna see. I'm rolling with us. I think Flus. Let's see what Flus do. Y'all already knew where you were, BK Cowboy fan. Chanel said Tyrell Ford, CFL, much better cornerback in my opinion than Booth. Okay. Sorry, he's a wide open gate. Chanel, boy, let me tell you, I hate to agree with you, not because you're right or I don't love you. I hate to agree with you because you're right. Our cornerback room, man, ooh, skittish. Skittish. Very skittish. Yeah. We got to get that cornerback room going, man. Dak fan for life said the offense is going to have to carry this team. Dak fan for life, I already see it. I already see it. Special teams, we don't even have to go over that. No brainer. I see it, man. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Straight up. Straight up. We just got, man. Oof. We are going to be an offensive driven team again. I'm not gonna poo-poo Flus yet. I want to see what he does with what we have. I want to see what he does with what we have. He might shock all of us. Ron Hanna said, I'll take Gilly over our room right now. Kirsten Brown said, why y'all keep talking about Gilly? Dude done. That's why he's still out there. No, I think he's still out there, man. Kirsten Brown, I've heard something about some of these vets. They don't want to do training camp and stuff. They stay out there on purpose, man. That's what I've heard about them. They stay out there on purpose. And they wait until the end. I mean, what was the wide receiver we kept talking about all that time from Chicago, from the Chargers to the Chicago Bears, and now he's back with the Chargers? You saw how long it took for somebody to sign him. These guys don't want to do. They don't want to do training camp and stuff. They don't want to do it. Marlon said trade Diggs to the Patriots with his brother and get defensive back Christian Gonzalez, D-Tech, defensive tackle, 1 tech, 6'2", 335 pounds. He's a man with a plan. He said Chris Tonga, first round 2026 and a third round pick. Miss Major said, yeah, I said I was concerned about the cornerback about a couple of months ago, and you told me not to worry. You almost got me, G. That's what I thought we was going to get this man. Let me tell you what I thought, Miss Matrix. The Cowboys had assured us Savon Revel Jr. was going to be ready. I already knew Kyrie Elam was going to be a good guy for us. Thank you, Dak fan for life. Keenan Allen. He just signed with the Los Angeles Chargers. I'm sorry. Miss Matrix. I believe the Cowboys, when they said Savon Revel Jr. was going to be ready, I thought the Cowboys were also going to bring in Stephon Gilmore. That would have gave us Kyrie Elam and Deron Bland. And only for us still not to have brought in Stephon Gilmore or Deron Bland. So, I mean, we haven't brought in Stephon Gilmore and Savon Revel Jr. setback. Trayvon Diggs look like he's going to be ready before Savon Revel Jr. All right, let me hit you with a quick one on the way out. John Machota. John Machota posted something from the Netflix special. And boy, you want to talk about. And y'all already know. I'm just telling y'all, man, I'll be objective when it comes to Jerry Jones. But boy, Jerry Jones got me livid on this. And it's not this one right here, but let me show you this one. Let me show you this one with Jerry Jones. Boy, there are some people out there, they mad at Jerry. Boy, they mad at Jerry Jones about this right here, guys. Boy, let me show you this with Jerry Jones. Boy, he got people hot. So y'all know how Jerry Jones, and they call this Netflix special, the Gambler. Let me play this for you. Hopefully we don't get copyright struck on it, but we'll play it without any commentary so I can cut it out later. Well, boy, listen to this stuff right here. We're going to put this on other news and close out for the night. Boy, y'all for the road, boy. People been hot on this. Check it out.
When at the end of the season in the playoff.
And I don't have the balls to put it all out there the way y'all did on that quarterback. I won't do that.
Let's play this again.
Press conference. He goes, I'm tired of winning the season. He goes, I want to win at the end of the season in the playoff.
And I don't have the balls to put it all out there the way y'all did on that quarterback. I won't do that. Let's go up here where we can see better. Come on, go up.
So who they're talking about is Matthew Stafford. The Rams traded Jared Goff, 2 first-round picks, and a third-round pick for Matthew Stafford. They won the Super Bowl that season. Now, I'm going to tell you something about Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones wants to win his way. Jerry doesn't want to go through. Jerry has progressed slowly because people don't understand. Some of the Cowboy fans who were not here, boy, y'all do not understand what this franchise looked like between Troy Aikman and Tony Romo. Whew! Between Troy Aikman and Tony Romo was a disaster. A disaster, man. At quarterback and just below mediocrity. And a lot of people think Jerry don't want to win. No, Jerry wants to win, but he wants to win his way. And he wants to kind of win in a way. He wants to win his way, but he also wants to still have consistent winning seasons. That's a terrible way to look at it. But I believe that's what Jerry is. But you get these teams like the Eagles. The Eagles are willing to go all in every 3 seasons. They're willing to go all in to get a Super Bowl and then release guys. Fall down to 9-7. Don't make the playoffs. But then they start building their players back up and they cycle back up. And within about another year or 2, and they're right back in the Super Bowl. Jerry is afraid as much as he is the gambler or was the gambler. Jerry is afraid to just push all them chips in one season which I do think he's going to do it. It's just not going to be this season. I think that season is next year. I think next year, Jerry and Steven and these guys are going to push all the chips right there to the middle. And they're going to say we're in it to win it. I think they're going to do it next year. Why won't they do it this year? Don't know. But nevertheless, Jerry said the check he would not write to get a Super Bowl. Well, this is the check that you may have to write. Jerry don't want to mortgage the future. Jerry don't believe in giving up hardly first-round picks. You're going to be hard-pressed. Now, Jerry don't like fourths. It's obvious. Jerry don't like fourth-round picks. Jerry don't like fourth-round picks. He'll throw them at you. What he's not going to do is give you first-round picks. Because Jerry been burnt on them first-round picks. Anybody remember Roy Williams? Shoot, Jerry been burnt like toast on them, giving up them first-round picks. Jerry said, I'm not doing it. And Jerry, as much as possible, Jerry tries to hold on to those winning seasons. Jerry said I wouldn't go all in like this. But you know what? For me, I would. This is how people are winning these days. They go all in. They go all in for that. Because y'all tell me this. Tell me, would you be willing to give up this? Would you be willing to win the Super Bowl every 4 years? Would you be willing to go all in and win the Super Bowl every 4 to 5 years? That's the question you have to ask yourself. Are you willing to go all in and win the Super Bowl every 4 to 5 years? I would. I would go all in. I would. If you told me I could win the Super Bowl every 4 to 5 years, I would go all in. I would pick my moments. I'd build my team. I'd pick my moments, and I would go all in. Shoot, let me go back on some of this stuff y'all said. Hey, some of these people don't remember. Shoot, they don't remember what we remember. Let me go back. Boy, Super Watcher said, facts, G. They don't remember. D said Quincy Carter. They don't remember them Quincy Carter years. Shoot, Rubowski said Quincy Carter, baby. Boy, yeah, I saw that, Chanel. I can't wait to see it tonight. Jerry said he doesn't hire a GM because he likes the pain. And I was laughing. Cowboys Fan Talk said, we don't like the pain. Cowboy Fan Talk said, we don't like the pain. Boy, I was rolling. Christian Brown, they don't understand, boy. There was some ugly days. Boy, Vinny Testaverde. Oh, these, boy, old. Not Super Bowl, old Drew Bledsoe. Super Watch said, boy, just super ugly years. Big Rubowski, Testaverde was at least here doing the Parcells, the Chan Gailey, and Dan Campo. The Dan Campo days were far worse. Boy, people do not understand the depths that this team sunk to, man. They don't understand the depths this team sunk. It was terrible. Super Watch said, I received so many jokes for liking the Cowboys then. It's a shame. Boy, let me tell you something. Y'all know them different ages of time they talk about? Boy, them were the dark ages. Boy, them were the dark ages, man. Woo-wee. Brandon Cuff said Romo's on the press squad for like 3 years. Before that, he ran through every watch-that quarterback. It was horribly bad. Boy. Man, people don't remember. Man, Drew Henson. Woo. Hallelujah. I'm with you, man. Hallelujah. He said, man, F them picks. He said he gonna win. I'm with you. Man, Brandon Cup. Oh. Y'all bringing back nightmares, man. Ryan Leaf. Woo. Ryan Leaf. Superwatch said Romo fumbled a field goal snap to beat Seattle before he was ever our starting quarterback. Boy, I remember that. Parcells was actually rebuilding the roster with Bledsoe and Testaverde. It was far worse with Gailey and Champ at the helm, boy. Yeah, Romo was already starting quarterback during that playoff loss against Seattle. Boy, people don't understand how bad it was. Just a birdie. Drew Henson, boy, it was super ugly. Woo, boy, Ace Wade said, why would you trigger us by bringing up Dave Campo? Boy, when people talk about past trauma. Woo! Boy, we was terrible. Man, Jerry don't want to go back to that. I'm just telling you now, Jerry don't want to go back to that. But Jerry got to be, and I think Jerry is getting himself there again. Boy, Jerry got to be willing to do it, man. When you see yourself close, boy, you got to pull that trigger. Man, let me show you the thing that really got me hot, though. Let me show you what Jerry really got me hot. And again, boy, y'all know I'll apologize for Jerry. But this nonsense right here got me livid. John Machota posted. Jerry Jones in the Netflix America's Team series talking to Micah Parsons in the locker room after the 2023 playoff loss to the Packers. Listen to what he says to Micah Parsons. What? Listen to this.
Got to know that. Okay. Just at this point, because of you. All I want to do is let you know that.
What? Do what? He said it's not because of Micah Parsons that they lost the 2023 game against the Green Bay Packers. Who fault was it, Jerry? Whose fault was it, Jerry? Whose fault was it? I wonder did you go to anybody? I wonder did you go to Dak Prescott and say that? This has to be one of the most egregious things. This is egregious. It's stuff like this, boy. See, y'all think that I don't. See, some people think that I don't admit when Jerry be on some bull junk. This is bull junk. How do you go over to a player and say this? Boy, this is the biggest bunch of bull junk. Micah Parsons was non-existent in that game. Micah Parsons was non-existent. And the crazy thing is, it's not even and it's not even his fault. Jerry allowed this team to go up against the 2023 Green Bay Packers with safeties playing linebacker. The Green Bay Packers ran, and I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. The Green Bay Packers ran all over the Dallas Cowboys. This is atrocious. This is atrocious. Jerry Jones let the Dallas Cowboys go against a running team. Dan Quinn had been begging for Bobby Wagner, and Jerry wouldn't give it to him. Jerry wouldn't give him the linebackers. This defense, not to mention, I'm just sorry, Stephon Gilmore said Dan Quinn sold him. He said Dan Quinn sold him. Stephon Gilmore said he'd never seen nothing like it. Stephon Gilmore said he's never seen a coach change his entire defensive philosophy before a playoff game. Stephon Gilmore said it. He said Dan Quinn sold him. Sold him down the river. Let me tell you, and I'm telling you right now, this is another place where I give this Jerry Jones. And Jerry Jones is on some straight up bull junk on this. Jerry Jones on some straight up bull junk on this. Because we were also playing with one wide receiver. There is no team in the league that had the drop off like the Dallas Cowboys in 2023 from the number 1 to anything below. We were Dak, CD, that's it. Offensively, that's all we were. Jalen Tolbert was coming off of the broke leg from the San Francisco 49er game. Tony Pollard. Tony Pollard was coming off of the broke leg. Tony Pollard still wasn't back to what Tony Pollard was. We couldn't stop the run, and we couldn't run the ball. We couldn't do it. We couldn't do it. They went out there and they doubled down on CeeDee Lamb, and we had no answer. That was not a Dak Prescott loss. Jerry Jones was a huge part of not getting the Cowboys the personnel they needed to win that game. People do not understand the 2023 Cowboys were fool's gold, and I said it and people didn't like it. They were fool's gold. You cannot go into the playoffs and you can't run the ball and you only have one wide receiver. The playoffs is where your weaknesses get exposed. See, some teams you play during the regular season, they're not good enough to expose your weaknesses. Dak and CD were just so doggone good that there were teams down the stretch that could do nothing with Dak and CD. But as they got in those playoffs, it was a wrap. Jerry ought to be ashamed of himself. Jerry ought to be ashamed of himself on this. He was one of the biggest reasons. And then got the audacity to be talking about they were hurt. You heard him. You heard him, Jerry. You would not get them what they needed. You would not get them what they needed. It was CD or bust. End of the day, that's all it was. But how do you tell Micah Parsons that it wasn't his fault? As if Micah Parsons, and this is no knock on him, but as if Micah Parsons went out there and left it all on the field and was sacking, stripping, just doing everything. What was his performance like? Dak Prescott with the interceptions. He was the only one who kept playing. All the Cowboys immediately gave up. They all gave up. They all gave up. And it wasn't those interceptions that made them give up. It was the fact that they knew they could not stop the Green Bay Packers. Jerry Jones ought to be ashamed of himself. To tell Micah Parsons it's not his fault. Well, Jerry, who was it? Whose fault was it, Jerry? This crazy statement to me. Boy, you want to talk about you got to have some thick skin to play for Jerry. You have to have some thick skin to play for Jerry. Because I'm telling you, boy, Jerry will say some stuff sometime that'll make you go, wow, this dude right here, man. Whoo! Boy, this dude right here. Boy. Hold on a second. Somebody asked a question. I'm going to show you something. Let me see if I can find it. Somebody's asking the question about Stephon Gilmore. Okay, now it looks like this summer saying that what Stephon Gilmore said was misinterpreted. Now, the funny thing about this is LaDainian Tomlinson, and I don't know if I'm able to find it tonight, but LaDainian Tomlinson came back and doubled down on it. And LaDainian Tomlinson also said he believes he threw it too. Because I don't know if I remember this. It says on Friday, Stephon Gilmore was simply doing his best to stand up for former coach of his and inadvertently caused plenty of shots from Dallas Cowboy fans being directed to Dan Quinn, who coordinated the team's defense from 2021 to 2023. He said no coach would switch what they did all season in a big game like that. And a lot of people were saying this was referring to Quinn. Many fans took this as a shot to Quinn, who led the league in man coverage rate in 2023, but switched up the game plan by playing primarily zone coverages versus the Green Bay Packers and getting cooked by Jordan Love in a playoff loss last January. And I think this is what Poobie D is referring to. Poobie D said the wide receivers were running wide open. Stephon Gilmore said this. And the funny thing is, it says his tweet immediately ignited a firestorm from fans who launched a barrage of tweets suggesting that Gilly was talking about the former defensive coordinator, from posts reading that Quinn sabotaged the team on the way out to others saying, no way, you implied Dan Quinn switched up the scheme for the playoff game against the Packers, and one even posing the seemingly valid question, why not come out with this while the guy was still in the building? And I'm telling you, LaDainian Tomlinson doubled down on this. He doubled down on it. They said the thing is, Gilmore was never talking about Quinn. In reality, he was praising former New England Patriots head coach Bill Belichick and even praising him for his renowned game plan to slow down the high-flying Los Angeles Rams. The Pats presented a different look. But again, it's strange. It's strange, just like they're saying, Gilmore's defense of Belichick didn't have odd time, and said the legendary coach had been receiving a lot of criticism this offseason. But again, it's strange that this was said after that loss. And again, other people took this too, because I'm telling you, LaDainian Tomlinson came right back and said that he had seen it before. Said he had seen it before too. Yep. It is what it is. I don't know if it's true, but that's what was said. Poobie D said they chipped, rubbed, and ran power with pulling guards and tight ends at Micah. Come on, this sack number is bull. Well, the issue is, it wasn't just Micah. The Cowboys defense couldn't do anything. It wasn't a Micah thing. It wasn't a Micah thing. It was a whole Dallas Cowboy thing. The Cowboys, in reality, had no answer. They had no answer. The Cowboys, even if Dak Prescott hadn't thrown those interceptions, the Dallas Cowboys were going to be in for a shootout. Because the Dallas Cowboys defense could not stop. The Dallas Cowboys defense could not stop the Green Bay Packers. And Jerry Jones is wrong for that. That is crazy to me. And we can have all the discussions that we want to. We can have all those discussions. But for the owner to come into the locker room and tell one player that, boy, that's crazy work to me. That's crazy work to me. And Jerry only clarified what all of us knew. Jerry only clarified what we all knew. That Green Bay loss changed this franchise. We still haven't recovered. We're still trying to recover from that Green Bay loss. And it's funny to me that if Jerry says that it wasn't, that if Jerry is saying it wasn't Micah Parsons' fault, well, I got to ask the question. Whose fault was it? Whose fault was it? The reality is simple. They couldn't run the ball and they couldn't stop the run. You're not beating nobody. Had nothing to do with Dak Prescott. There was nothing we could do. There was nothing. And I think what got us in, I think what really got people's expectations up was the fact that we were the number 2 seed. But it was a house made of cards. It was the house made of cards. We were not. If you can't stop the run and you can't run the ball, I'm sorry, you're not beating anybody. Not in the playoffs, you're not. And if you are, it's going to have to be the sorriest team. The Green Bay Packers were the lowest seed, but they were not a sorry team. The Green Bay Packers almost went and did the same thing to the San Francisco 49ers. They were on a crazy run. They were on a crazy run. Says right here, despite winning the NFC East, earning the number 2 seed and playing at home where they hadn't lost all year, there appeared to be an uneasiness to the Cowboys. This is one of these things that people talked about. This thing about Mike McCarthy not being able to have his team ready. It said it felt like the team was pressing, as if they had the weight of the last 27 years on their shoulders. 2 silly penalties by the defense on the first drive, and another bad penalty from Sam Williams on special teams was a sign of things to come. See, everybody tries to blame this on Dak Prescott. No, the Cowboys were shooting themselves in the foot all over the place. The penalties was something that had showed up all year. Dallas was tied for the second most infractions on the year, and it came back to bite them. It was the same story a few years ago against the playoff loss of the San Francisco 49ers. The Packers took advantage of a team that had trouble getting out of their own way. It says a quarterback playing poorly also reared its ugly head in the postseason. It was a bad time for Dak Prescott to have one of his worst outings of the year. Prescott threw two interceptions, both coming at bad times. It says the first was a pick when the Cowboys were deep in their own territory, leading to the Packers' points, and the other was an awful throw that led to a pick six and a seemingly insurmountable 27-0 lead. Now, let's deal with those turnovers. This is why I always tell people biblically, context is king. But if anybody remembers the first interception that Dak Prescott threw, the interception that Dak Prescott threw, that one went to, I forgot the little, don't let me say, the wide receiver that we just let go of. Man, I'm sorry, my memory. The wide receiver, the cornerback literally climbed over our wide receiver and just made an incredible interception. A bigger wide receiver, and that interception is not even had. But it was, what was this guy's name? I know y'all will put it in the chat. Okay, what was it? What was a wide receiver that we had? The guy was Brandon Cooks. Brandon Cooks was the wide receiver. And the cornerback just climbed right over the top of him because a lot of people were saying it was pass interference. He climbed right over the top of him and he got him. He got him. It was a great play, but a lot of people were arguing that would have been, boy, Poopy D, you throwing me. Poopy D said the punter didn't play. Who you talking about when you say the punter didn't play? But hold on, say it again. The interception on Brandon Cooks They made a great play on the ball. Now, if you remember the play to the interception that Dak threw for the pick six, does anybody remember what CeeDee Lamb was doing in the huddle? CeeDee Lamb was throwing a fit in the huddle. CeeDee Lamb was throwing a fit because Dak Prescott couldn't get him the ball, and even Mike McCarthy said wasn't open. They were doubling CeeDee Lamb. I mean, there was nothing the Cowboys could do because they didn't have another wide receiver that they could count on to get the ball. Dak Prescott forced the ball. CeeDee Lamb, pick six. But at the end of the day, as much as people blame this on Dak Prescott, we've already went over this. See, a lot of people, boy, they want to blame Dak Prescott so bad, they don't know what to do. That wasn't Dak Prescott. Nope. That was not Dak Prescott. That was literally their entire team. Their entire team actually had no answer. They had no answer. We only had one wide receiver, couldn't run the ball, couldn't stop the run. The tail of the tape was not Dak Prescott. The tail of the tape is the fact that we couldn't stop the Green Bay Packers on any of their drives. We couldn't stop them. The pick six, if I'm not mistaken, one of the interceptions didn't even lead to a touchdown. I don't even think one of the interceptions led to a touchdown. It was the pick six that was a touchdown. But that pick six isn't the reason the Cowboys lost the game. The Cowboys could not stop the Green Bay Packers from running. They couldn't do it. And if anybody saw that game, you know what I'm talking about. Just trying to find that game. We did it one time before. I wanted to see if I could run down through it real quick because a lot of people don't get when you go back and you start paying attention to that game, people lied about that game. That game was not on Dak Prescott, and especially by himself. That game was not on Dak Prescott. Cowboys were trash, in particular their defense. Cowboys were absolute trash. Let me show you how I know that people are liars and they blame this game on Dak Prescott. They blame this entire game on Dak Prescott. And they are total liars. Let's run through this real quick. We got a little bit of time. Let's run through this. I'm going to show you how people are total liars when they start blaming Dak Prescott for this loss against the Green Bay Packers. I'm going to show you how they were total liars. First drive of the game. Green Bay Packers, 12 plays, 67 yards, 7 minutes, 52 seconds. Dallas Cowboys, 6 plays, punt. You can get all this broken down. Tony Pollard, rush right guard, Dallas 30 for 6 yards. Tackle by Valentine. Tony Pollard rushed right guard to Dallas 31, 1 yard. Then the Cowboys on 3rd and 3. The Dallas Cowboys go for a pass on 3rd and 3. Dak Prescott scrambles left end to Dallas 49 for 18 yards. The next play, Dak Prescott pass short right complete to Dallas 49. Catch made by Ferguson. Next play, Rico Dowdle rushed right guard to cornerback for 2 yards. Next play, Dak Prescott pass incomplete on a 3rd and 8. Dak Prescott pass incomplete, short middle, intended for CeeDee Lamb. That was one of the tail of the tape. They could not get CeeDee Lamb to save their life. And CeeDee Lamb got immediately frustrated. Anybody watching that game knows this dude, hold on. Get a little music going back here since we going over this. Anybody who watched this game, CD Lamb was just on a rampage. Frustrated because he couldn't get the ball. It wasn't Dak's fault he couldn't get the ball. It was the Green Bay Packers' fault he couldn't get the ball. The Green Bay Packers were playing out of their mind. So again, somebody explain this to me. The Cowboys, they're doing very dumb. The Cowboys are making very dumb penalties. Look at this. Just little stuff. Brian Anger punched 40 yards to the Green Bay 9. Fair catch by Jay Reed. Penalty on Sam Williams. Fair catch. You would have had him at the 9. They got the ball now to 24. Next drive, Green Bay Packers, 6 plays. Green Bay Packers, 6 plays. The score is still 7-0. Next drive, Dak Prescott, interception. And I think this was the one. Let me see if this was the one. This was the one for Brandon Cooks. Let me make sure it is. Dak Prescott, deep pass, left intended for Brandon Cooks, incomplete. Lamb rushed right guard 13 to the Dallas 13, 5 yards. Dak Prescott pass short left, intercepted at Dallas 19, intercepted by Jay Alexander at the Dallas 19, tackled by Brandon Cooks. Great play by him. Climbed over the back of Brandon Cooks, and he got it. Touchdown. Cowboys came back out again. Because again, you got to understand, Cowboys defense cannot stop Green Bay. So then we get the next drive by the Cowboys. Tony Pollard, 11 yards. Tony Pollard, 7 yards. Tony Pollard, 1 yard. Dak Prescott, short left, complete to the Dallas 32, Rico Dowdle, gain of 4 yards. Dak Prescott, incomplete. Dak Prescott, deep middle, complete to the Green Bay 44 by Ferguson. Brandon Cooks rushed left end, 6 yards. Tony Pollard rushed up the middle, 1 yard. Dak Prescott sacked, -6 yards. Watch this. Penalty on Dallas. Delay of game, 5 yards. Cowboys wind up punting the ball. Wasn't just Dak Prescott. But the problem was the Cowboys just couldn't do anything with Green Bay. Look at this. Aaron Jones, 0 yards. Jordan Love, 9 yards. Jordan Love, 10 yards. Jordan Love, 39 yards. Wilson, 1 yard. Jordan Love, 5 yards. Jordan Love, 6 yards. Aaron Jones, 3 yards. Aaron Jones, 0 yards. Jordan Love, touchdown. Where was the defense? Where was the defense at? Where was the defense? A lot of people don't even realize Dak Prescott's second interception didn't even lead to a Green Bay touchdown. We blame Dak Prescott, and they're already, because the Cowboys could not stop. Do y'all know that Green Bay scored on almost every drive? Cowboys couldn't stop them. Cowboys couldn't stop them. What are you supposed to be doing? They couldn't stop them. Could not stop them at all. Couldn't stop them. Dak Prescott forces another ball. Yeah, right here. Dak Prescott forces another ball. You got to pick. You got a pick six. There was nothing the Dallas defense did to help the Cowboys out. There was nothing the Cowboys did. I mean, the Cowboys defense, they got them 27-7, 27-10. Somebody tell me, when were the Dallas Cowboys defense going to help the Cowboys? The Green Bay Packers were basically scoring at will. They were scoring at will on the Cowboys. Let's go back up here again. I just want you to look at the scores of how they were scoring on the Cowboys. We blame all of this on Dak Prescott. The opening drive, we knew this game was a problem. Green Bay scored. We punt, they punt, interception. Touchdown, that one led to a touchdown. That wasn't a pick six, but it led to a touchdown. And the reason why the interception was so bad, it really probably wouldn't have mattered where it was, but it was deep in the Cowboys' territory. It was bad because we couldn't stop Green Bay. That's what made it bad, because we couldn't stop Green Bay. We turned around and punted. What did Green Bay do? Green Bay came out and scored another touchdown. We stopped them, what, one time in the first half? All they did was score touchdowns on us. They didn't start punting until garbage time. That's when they started punting. Where was the Dallas defense? We blame all of this on Dak Prescott. Even if you take away 14 points from what we're talking about, the Green Bay Packers still scored 34 points on the Cowboys without turnovers. And we scored 32 points. And we didn't score these 32 points. We didn't get up here in these points until way, way, way deep in the game. And I still believe that the Green Bay Packers started kind of playing like soft prevent defense on us. I think they could have stopped us even more, but they didn't. There was nothing we could do. Absolutely nothing that we could do. And when you play a team that just literally, Aaron Jones, do we realize that Aaron Jones lived in the end zone? Aaron Jones ran for 3 touchdowns on the Cowboys. Aaron Jones was on the sideline celebrating with a sombrero and a pair of Oakley shades on the Cowboys after the first half. It was embarrassing. It was embarrassing. Jordan Love throws for 3 touchdowns on us. And again, Dak Prescott, Dak Prescott's numbers. Dak Prescott is one of these quarterbacks. He's going to continue to play. Dak Prescott, 41 of 60, 403. Dak continued to try to play. The team had already given up, but Dak kept on playing. But when you look at the Cowboys rushing, the Cowboys had 56 yards rushing by Tony Pollard, 11 yards running by Rico Dowdle. I don't even count these doggone wide receiver running yards. I don't even count that mess. The Cowboys only had 67 yards rushing by the running backs. What was that? 73, 78 when you add in CeeDee Lamb. And doggone it, Dak Prescott was 45 yards of this. The only way the Cowboys even ran for 100 yards was Dak Prescott, Brandon Cooks, and CeeDee Lamb. Man, we were terrible, bro. I'm just laughing. I want to know whose fault was it. We're always looking to blame Dak Prescott for this game. No, this game wasn't Dak Prescott. No, it was the Dallas Cowboys. It was the Dallas Cowboys. Because I can believe you if you tell me that Dak Prescott was the problem and the Dallas Cowboys actually held the Green Bay Packers to 14, 17. Heck, I'll even give you 20. If you tell me that we held this team to 20 points, okay, I can roll with you. But when you look at this doggone scoring drives, how do you blame this on Dak Prescott? That even outside of the turnovers, we showed no signs of stopping Green Bay. They killed us on the opening drive. They came back again after the interception. Did the defense not get the ball? I mean, didn't the defense get an opportunity to stop them? Why didn't they hold them to a field goal? If your defense is playing good, why not hold them to a field goal? Make it 10-0. No. Punched it in. 14-0. Punched it in again. 20-0. Pick 6. 27-0. 34-10. Where was the defense stopping them? There was no answer. There was no answer by the defense. I'm sorry. Good defensive people, the good defenses will tell you, man, if your team can't make a turnover and you still win a game, something is wrong. Something is wrong. You think the Cowboys are the first team to ever make 2 turnovers in a first half and still win a game? We do realize this happens more often than we understand. That a team will commit turnovers and still win the game if their defense is good. Explain to me where our defense was. That's all I'm asking you. Where was our defense? Where was our defense? There is no way you get to blame this on a quarterback when you can't stop anybody. They didn't stop Green Bay. Show me the stops. We didn't get the stops until way, way, way over in garbage time. Man, we way over here at 48-24. This is where we are. We're in the fourth quarter. Let me show us. Let's go back up here again. Last time I checked, Dak Prescott didn't play defense. The only punt before the fourth quarter, the Green Bay Packers punted. It was the first quarter. The Green Bay Packers punted in the first quarter at the 2:29 mark. After that, touchdown, 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 touchdown. They don't punt again until the fourth quarter, 5 minutes into the game. Man, it is a travesty how people blame that game on Dak Prescott. Does it mean that Dak Prescott didn't make mistakes? Doesn't mean that. Dak made mistakes. And I think one of the biggest mistakes that Dak Prescott made in that game was trying to press the Brandon Cooks one. I'm sorry, I just don't know what you do with the Brandon Cooks interception. A lot of people were calling that Brandon Cooks interception. They were calling that pass interference. A lot of people were calling this one pass interference. Crawled over the back of Brandon Cooks. But the one where he pressed and tried to force it to CeeDee Lamb because CeeDee Lamb was throwing a fit, panicking because the score was 20-0. And I'm just sorry. I think Dak Prescott just threw that one because he said, I'm going to show you why I'm not throwing it to you. He throwed it to him. Easy interception. To shut CeeDee Lamb's mouth. CeeDee Lamb was frustrated because the Green Bay Packers were not letting him get open. They just played great defense on him. They had someone underneath, someone over the top, and they stopped CeeDee Lamb. They stopped Dak Prescott. But to blame, and that's why I'm wondering, okay, so you said it's not Micah Parsons' fault. Whose fault is it? I'd love to know. Whose fault is it? Susan said it's okay not to like a player, but at least be fair. We know one player can't play that entire game by himself. Oh, we're not going to do that, Susan. It's all Dak Prescott. He played defense and everything. Yep, Jair Alexander crawled over the back of Brandon Cooks. A lot of people were saying that it was pass interference, but they didn't call it. Yep, Superwatch 79. Other people said that too. Now, Superwatch 79. Did you notice something after this game? When Jerry went and got Jonathan Mingo, it was the first time I heard this language out of Jerry Jones' mouth. Jonathan Mingo was a Dak-friendly receiver. First time I'd heard it. First time I'd heard that language. I had not heard that come out of Jerry Jones' mouth until after that Green Bay loss. Because Brandon Cooks, being a smaller wide receiver, that would have either been a catch or a wide receiver. It would have garnered a flag. Poobie D is exactly right. Green Bay punter. Man, the dude barely played. Yep, I just pulled it up, Poobie D. He punted at 2:29 in the first quarter. The man didn't punt again until 5 minutes and 54 seconds in the fourth quarter. And actually it wasn't 5:50. It was he didn't punt again until 1 minute and 5 seconds in the fourth quarter. We lie on Dak Prescott about this game. We lie on Dak Prescott. And the reason why we lie on Dak Prescott, and y'all better get ready right now unless the Cowboys make some improvements. Y'all better get ready right now because I'm telling you straight up, with the way that we are currently constructed, we got to see what it looked like, but I'm keeping it a beam with us. With the way we are currently constructed, we are going to see a better version of 2023. That's where we are right now. Because if I look at this Cowboys team on paper, we are way better. We are way better on offense than we are on defense. We're in that same situation again. We're in that same situation again, straight up. And if we don't do some things, if we don't go out here and get a one-tech, the same thing that happened in that Green Bay game, they're going to do the same thing that they did to us in that game. Hey, the real Daryl. Aaron Jones was calling the Cowboys front runners in his pregame speech. He was right. We were front runners. Our defense was made to play with a lead. We got a lot of teams because Dak and CD got on top of teams. But whenever you put us in situations to where we couldn't get the lead early, we got beat. You can go back and look at the games. It was true. Our defense was false, and we all knew it. They racked up, I talked about it yesterday. We racked up a whole bunch of stats on a whole bunch of sorry teams, got ourselves up there high ranked, only to get into the Green Bay game. And actually, we were already getting exposed down the stretch. We were getting exposed by teams like Buffalo, teams like Detroit. We were already getting exposed, got our butt in the playoffs, and Green Bay blew the lid off of us. We were fraudulent. Couldn't stop the run, couldn't run the ball. 56 yards by Tony Pollard, and you tell me we're going to win the game. You're not winning the game like that. You're not winning the game. Yep, Susan, you're right. Dak should have stopped the run. Unlucky. Nope, it wasn't a winnable game. It wasn't. Dan Quinn sold. Yep. And hey, unlucky. I don't even know if Dan Quinn don't sell us. I don't know if we could have won it. We just had no answer for stopping the run, unlucky. I don't know if we could have won it. Dan showed us who Mike was as a head coach. Say what you like, but Dan Quinn and defense, including Dak, carried McCarthy. I agree with you on that part, too. I agree with you on that part. We got exposed for everything we were. Everything we were, we got exposed. And Jerry, I do fault Jerry, though, because Dan Quinn was begging him for Bobby Wagner, if I'm not mistaken, that offseason. He was begging. He was begging. They didn't give it to him. They didn't give it to him. It was a travesty. Deion Jefferson said you can't blame Dak when they had 40 dang points by the third quarter. You know, and this is the part where, again, so Jerry, if you're not blaming Micah Parsons, who are you blaming? Brandon Cuff said, why didn't Dak make any tackles for loss or block a punt or run the ball up the middle? Dak needs to be more. I'm just telling y'all now, you better get ready. I'm telling you now, you better get ready. Because we don't know right now. Our team right now looks like that 2023 team, but better offensively. Offensively, we look better. Defensively, we got questions. Our pass rush is going to be off the chain. But I don't know what the heck we're going to be on the back end. I don't know what we're going to be on the back end. Miss Mason said Cowboys couldn't stop Green Bay from doing anything. They couldn't. They just couldn't. Couldn't stop them. Big Rumbowski, McCarthy's play calling even before that first interception was predictable. Yep. Didn't even make the Green Bay defense have to think or adjust. Nope. The pass was behind him. No, I think it was on him. Yeah, I think it was on him. Let me see here. And again, I think if he's a bigger wide receiver, I still think Brandon Cooks makes the catch. But again, horrible, horrible, guys. You know what? It's horrible. I don't even want to look back at it. It's horrible. But I think that's terrible for Jerry Jones to say. I think that's terrible for Jerry Jones to say. I do. Because my question is who fought it. I can't wait to watch the rest of the Netflix thing. I'm going to go back and try to watch a couple of more episodes tonight. And probably do some stuff on it, some reviews. But again, guys, I'm going to get up out of here. I appreciate you. Gregory said they dog walk Dallas. Yep, you're right. They dog walk Dallas. Susan said you'll never get the Dak haters to be reasonable. It was terrible. Chanel said, what does Dan Quinn playing zone have to do with our defensive line not being able to stop Green Bay? I give you that. Alfredo Morales, boy, they don't understand how bad it was in between Tony Romo and doggone Troy Aikman. Poopy D, they were all bad. If we're talking about the Cowboys against the Green Bay Packers, they were all bad. Okay, you're talking about something else. You couldn't focus on LT and Reggie White. You had Jerome Brown. Okay, I got you. All right. But again, hey, the Cowboys got a chance to. We're gonna see if they can get back to where they were. But I'm just telling y'all now, you better get ready. This Cowboys team looks similar to that 2023 team. It does. It looks eerily similar, but with a better offense. And the cornerback play. I'm just hoping that by midseason we get Savon Revel Jr., Trayvon Diggs is ready to go, and we get Demarion Overshown comes back, and we get a very good defensive push, and man, we're ready to go. I'm just telling you. Just telling you. We better get ourselves prepared, because if we don't make some changes, we're gonna have to outscore every team again. Bottom line, we're gonna have to outscore every single team, because we're not gonna be able to stop them on the ground. And if we don't get a pass rush on them, we won't be able to stop them through the air with the cornerbacks we have right now. Yep, Ace Wade said after that game, Mike McCarthy needs to be fired. And the only reason why he wasn't is that the Cowboys don't like paying coaches to sit on the bench, to sit on the couch. And so they were willing to throw away an entire season last year. And that part to me is even more insane. Yeah, they were. Yeah, they were saying the Cowboys were not America's team anymore due to a downward spiral. What does it mean for us? We haven't been as bad. Tom Landry, the Cowboys were the worst team in the league when Jerry took over. We're not the worst team in the league right now. Yeah, we're not the worst team in the league. That's the difference. Yep. We're not the worst team in the league. Number two, Jerry has capitalized off of social media. Jerry has capitalized off of television media. Jerry has capitalized on so many things that the Cowboys are still America's team because they're the most popular. They're the most popular. They're the most valuable franchise in the world. They're the franchise that everybody wants to watch. We're still America's team. There's no getting around it. There's no getting around it. We can hate it, like it, or love it, but it is what it is. All right, guys, I appreciate y'all. Best chat on YouTube. Always appreciate y'all chatting. Always appreciate your feedback. I'm about to get up out of here. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. Y'all hit that like button on the way out. Until the next time, let's talk Cowboys. DC4L, God bless, where we talk facts. Peace.